remaining from amenities request before we can make our motion and move on to the next agenda item. The item that needs to be resolved, or needs to be resolved, is items 2021 on page 239 to do with Tomahawk, and Councillor Wiley would like to speak to that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. What I would propose is that over the next 8 months, that DCC staff work with the group out at Tomahawk and put a plan together to come back to the annual plan with a clear submission with outlines, purpose, and what funds will proceed from there.
Okay. Questions? Councillor Mitchell?
Just asking that, it doesn't have to go in the motion, but asking that the report that was information that was promised about the possibility of using DCs would be included in that as a funding source.
Okay, but so the questions? No, we're not going to put up a motion, are we? No, there's no motion. There's just an agreement to work on something for the annual plan.
That was actually my question, because we've had an agreement to work on here in the past.
Let's just say Paul Pope is chair of the community board, and I have spoken. We also are very aware of how the Tomahawk community has definitely come together a lot more so over the last 12 months, and I think there'll be some clear purpose on that basis. The Tomahawk community have got really strong and really unified in the period of time, and I think there will be some good momentum forward.
Okay, Councillor Houlihan's got a question.
I've had people contact me this morning actually about that as well, and one comment was that some of them are really keen to see a football field set up in the playground area as well, like the playground, but also as part of those facilities, and I'm just wondering what would be the process for that. Obviously they've got to work with staff to look at that, but there's an area there that could be made into a football field. So I just...
It's in the bottom of 21 already.
Right. Yep.
Right.
Yep. Okay.
So that's moving along. Councillor Gary's got a question.
Councillor Wiley, do you not think it would be wise to have a motion so that there's something on the books? We both of us know how that can go if there isn't anything on the books that's solid, so that no matter who the staff are interpreting it or who the elected members around the table are, it's very clear what we have asked to be done.
The way I look at it is actually anything we put on the books is going to have to be so generic that there is a purpose, and it's a case of actually working out exactly what the community want and working through that pathway and working with staff on what's reality. So I think the key thing being is, I know there's a strong enough intention. I can tell you the community at Tomahawk will keep us to our guns on that basis, and I think a note in the system, and again the staff are very aware that I've talked to across this issue, are very aware of maintaining the momentum on this and delivering for next year's annual plan.
You could form up a Tomahawk Amenity Society.
Again, we're all speculating what could be done, and I think that's where I think having a clear purpose and a clear pathway is going to be a lot stronger. And again, whether it's development contributions, whether it's other groups and other funders and things like that,
that's right. Well, it's not for us to form up this Amenity Society, but anyway, there's a range of possibilities. Okay, so let's move to the motion, which is the motion for item 16, which is that Council considers the requests received from submitters for new amenities and projects for inclusion in the 9-year plan. That's just the motion that we have on our order paper to deal with and close off the amenity request agenda item. And we have considered that. Seconded. So I'll move that, and seconded by Councillor Gilbert. Would anyone like to speak to it? I'll say a few words. We have considered everything, and we have got some answers out of it, and I think I'd like to commend the staff for their fulsome answers and the considerable amount of work that goes into putting all those requests on, into a typed up paper form and comments from staff on each and every one of them. So well done. So there we go. I now put the motion that council considers those requests. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Shouldn't be considered, but that's fine. Really, if you could count it should be that you
Notes.
the request.
Notes the request.
We've
Okay.
considered them, so sorry.
We have considered. We'll change it to notes.
Yep. So that,
Any objections to that? No.
yeah.
There we go.
So you'll need to,
Put it again.
yes, agree that you are doing a revocation in the meeting. And redo it.
Really? Okay. So I move that we revocate the word considers and insert the word notes. Seconded, Councillor O'Malley. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Councillor Hulian.
In that motion that you've just put up there, if
Notes.
you want to, the noting, if you want to specifically deal with the Tomahawk group, why isn't that named in there?
Because we don't.
Well, no, because the councillor has just provided commentary, staff have listened to that, but he has decided he didn't want to move a specific motion.
I'd like to move a specific motion.
Too late. Yeah, you could do a subsequential motion, but what would it be? Like, there isn't a clear pathway forward. Where we got to is that Councillor Wiley is going to speak with the Tomahawk group as the chair, as the council representative on the Peninsula Community Board. He's going to confer with the community board and confer with the Tomahawk group of people that brought this forward and work towards having a council resident community-based solution come to the fore in a more official manner in time for the annual plan next year. So they're going to work that up. Does that make sense? And they will be the ones doing the working up rather than us coming up with a solution right now. Because we could have 15 solutions right now, but that won't necessarily fix the problem. All right. Next. Performing arts.
Yeah, now, what I will say is staff take the table that we have a series of resolutions, councillors, that have been provided by various of you that are slightly different to those in the order paper, and we are just, Ms Bodecker and Ms Allen are just working out the logical order to present those to you. So once staff have spoken and you've done your questions, we will then look to begin putting those resolutions up. They will be done individually rather than as a group, because they are all written in it discreetly.
Okay, but first we'll have questions. So Ms Wilkie and Mr McCracken are here, ready to take our questions. Was that a wave of your hand, Councillor Wiley? No. So I see no questions. Councillor Walker.
Well,
Sorry. We do have opening comments from Mr McCracken, possibly Ms Wilkie.
Not so much a comment as just just want to point out to councillors that there is a slight typo in the report. I think that you might have in front of you, just on page 226, the heading option 2 refers to the Dunedin Theatre Network. That should read the Performing Arts Group. The body text of that section is correct. It's just the heading.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? No. Okay. So, councillors, questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say my question is, it's quite awkward to have questions in the context of not knowing what the motions are, because my first question would be, is anyone moving to support the development of an Otapudi Theatre Action Plan? So it's, until we know what the motions are, it's pretty hard to ask questions or email.
Yeah, look,
Somebody should have told me there's an email.
the Chief, We'll just wait. We'll just see if there's any questions, because any preliminary questions? Councillor Barker, something we can do in the meantime.
I hope someone can answer. It's on page 223, and it's just talking about the current funding environment for performing arts in Dunedin, and it just talks about the Creative New Zealand funding of $500,000 was withdrawn from Ōtepoti Dunedin's performing arts sector. So is that a sum that's gone permanently, or is there the possibility that if we provide more support ourselves for performing arts that might come through? I guess we might want to talk about Creative New Zealand's funding challenges as well.
Thank you, Councillor, and you're right about Creative New Zealand's funding. That $500,000 was kakatea funding that the Fortune company got to yearly per annum to support its ongoing operations. When the company ceased to operate, that funding ceased to exist. I'm not a CSA, and I cannot say where CNZ's new funding regime will go. They are looking at these funding mechanisms, so that's the tōtara and the kakatea funding in this coming year. But as yet, I have no idea how it will actually pan out. There is always the possibility, but it's anyone's guess at the moment.
So Dunedin doesn't necessarily get its share of Creative New Zealand funding, would that be correct?
Dunedin gets CNZ funding through the Kahikatea program for the Symphony Orchestra, the Art Gallery and the Blue Oyster.
So I guess my question is, if the City Council were to put something into performing arts, would that give the performing arts sector more ability to apply for Creative New Zealand funding, given that we don't necessarily know what it looks like?
When the Charcoal Blue Phase 3 report came out, it was on the premise that CNZ was always supportive of that from 2019, and they were part of those that sort of fact-finding mission, those feasibility studies. And I would imagine that were there more funding to be put into performing arts, it would provide a better platform for any organisation to seek Creative New Zealand funding.
My source told me that Creative New Zealand funding has not been cut, but beyond that, I don't know.
No, it hasn't been cut, but it has been restructured as to how it's dispersed.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. And just sort of taking that question but from the other direction, obviously you can't really tell what a funding agency is ever going to give, but you would presumably know that if you don't have certain things, you haven't got an opportunity at all. And I'm wondering, well, it's just structural, because it was Fortune Theatre Company was the recipient, right? So it isn't the building, it wasn't the Fortune Theatre building, it wasn't the City Council support, but it was actually the company itself that was getting the money?
Yes, that's correct.
From the perspective of what we're doing now in terms of rebuilding the infrastructure and the culture and the environment, from a infrastructure perspective or buildings perspective, before a company could exist, it would obviously need a facility in which to operate.
Along with the building itself, there's also the soft infrastructure that exists and is able to actually grow and develop within that hard infrastructure. So at the moment there's no home or place for that development.
That's kind of where I'm heading, obviously. So before you would be able to put yourself in front of CNZ again, you'll need to get to a certain level of which there'll be an identifiable organisation. And we're quite a way away from that step, right?
Yes, I was just going to say Creative New Zealand Fund, they fund organisations that are active and and doing the work. So yes, they have infrastructure behind them to do that work potentially, and so that puts us in a good position if we have that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Two questions, and I'll do the second one first, just following on, I guess, from Councillor Barker, and in the table on the top of page 224, just confirming
Because when you look at it, the 2024 number, it looks like we're significantly funding less. That's only till September 2024. So we've, since then, just if you could.
Yes, that's correct.
But my other question in particular was paragraph 32, talking about the stage on stage and it being a temporary solution. So just could you, I don't know how much that you know about it, but I'm sure that you do. Could you just talk about that, please?
Yeah, I'll start. Look, we've put that up as a potential activity for funding, which may help alleviate, the lack of resources or the resource hole that we're currently facing. There was a submission, I think, to the 9-year plan. So we have a little bit of work to do if that's something that the council wishes to pursue, just to round out, exactly what that might mean, and the various moving parts that come along with it. So this is an option, and it is, it's relatively hot off the press.
I was just going to say that the Regent has been part of the ongoing performing arts group for the last 12 months, 18 months or so, and they were part of the group that put forward the proposal in January as well.
And I would presume that it would cost as much to hire the stage on stage as the Regent, because you'd have to heat the whole of the Regent, and I mean, I guess it would be a similar cost.
I can't give an answer to that, I'm afraid.
Yeah. And I think that that's partly why staff have said in the report that if council was interested in supporting that, we would need to go away and do some work to understand the operating model first. Yeah.
Okay, next question, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so Cara Patterson at CNZ has indicated that is it fair to say that there's support if a council gives seed funding for the project, that then there is support, there will be support if they can see that the council is supporting it as well. Is that fair to say?
I'm just pulling up Creative New Zealand's submission at the moment. I don't believe that Cara will have put any promises about dollar figures because she's not actually involved in that part of Creative New Zealand. She's involved in strategic advocacy. But once I pull up I believe she expressed that Creative New Zealand generally supported development and funding for the performing arts in Ōtepoti.
I think it's fair to say, councillors, that if funding organisations see that there is a commitment from the local authority, a financial commitment, then that helps them in their fundraising efforts.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I have OPEX, CAPEX questions, but I'll wait until the motions appear till I ask those. But I want to stick primarily to the paper we have, and more importantly, the submissions. And of course, this is a funding process, and we need clear direction in order to make any decisions. My reading of the submissions, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, and to be fair, I thought from the creative community, it was probably the biggest set of well thought out submissions I read. That there was a broad, and it's not happened previously, there was a broad agreement that emanated from those submissions. And I'm going to list them because this will speak to the potential motions that may appear. There's agreement around Te Whare, there was agreement around Playhouse, there was agreement around performing arts venue, there was agreement around what I'm going to call the OTAP, Ōtepoti Theatre Action Plan, and there was some agreement around Athenaeum. There was definitely agreement, whether the Mayfair like it or not, around the Mayfair. Am I reading that correctly? And there was a little bit of spanners in the works, and I'll use the Regent stage on stage as a bit of a... So am I reading that correctly? There was a broad general agreement amongst the practitioners?
There were, I believe, 80 submissions that were tagged to performing arts. 95% of them supported that funding be put into the performing arts infrastructure in particular, and I believe there were 16 submissions that specifically mentioned the 3-venue proposal that was put forward in January, and of those, I think it was 13 of that 16 supported it. I will say that of those 80 submissions, there were only 2 that recommended putting money into the Mayfair. One of those was the Mayfair. The overwhelming support was for the 3-venue proposal, Te Whare o Rokotia, and I would maybe say an Otapoti performing arts plan.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, and Councillor Walker has articulated very well the question I had, because that was my understanding as well. Although, can I just check with you around Stage on Stage and Mayfair, if any money was to be directed towards those, there would be simply an interim solution, an interim an interim solution.
Stage on a Stage would be an interim solution to some of the requirements of professional theatre. The consensus from the professional theatre community is that funding into the Mayfair does not meet the requirements of professional theatre due to the limitations of the venue.
Thank you, that's clear. And can I just check something else with you from submissions? My impression very clearly was, and I want to acknowledge that we've got people from the performing arts community in the room, and it's great to have their presence. The message we got was that the performing arts ecosystem will wither and die without some clear directions. So they're looking to us for a decision of some variety. Is that the impression that you got?
That is the impression that I have, and I know that these discussions about the future of theatre and theatre venues has been going on for probably 20 odd years.
Thank you. You finished? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to check, when we had the charcoal blue report, I guess it was talking about identifying the gaps in the shared vision, so I'm looking at page 219, but it just talks about proposed options for a flexible mid-sized theatre, 350 to 450 seats, and the Stage on a Stage talks about constructing a 300 to 350 seat modular theatre. So does that actually fit within the parameters of what is needed in performing arts, given the charcoal blue said 350 to 450, and then the Regent's coming in at 300 to 350?
I think we all acknowledge that the arts landscape has changed significantly since 2021 when that Phase 3 report was submitted. My best response to that is that the Performing Arts Group has put forward a proposal that has come from them, and they are the ones that best know what suits their needs.
So my other question is around, I guess, the audiences for performing arts, and since you said things have changed since 2020 because of COVID, should we put it there? So has there been any research done on what sort of audiences are going to live performances now, post-COVID?
That's not data that I have to hand. I would imagine that when a business model or an operational model were produced, that audience research and data would be provided as part of that, and that would inform revenue streams, all of those sorts. But I can say that, for example, the Fringe has had its best Fringe festival, as has the Arts Festival, so there is definitely want there for performance.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
I'm getting to where we'll be seeing the resolutions in a bit, and I'm trying to make sure that we've got our head in the right place in terms of what the performing arts community is asking for. What I'm hearing is the investment in the Playhouse, then the Athenaeum, and then a new performing arts venue, more or less in that order, just because of time of delivery. And the Te Whare Rokatira be funded to support the professional theatre groups during the period while we wait for the new performing arts facility to come online. Is that it?
That sums it up, as I understand.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Whilst my question was kind of answered before, I'll raise another one. So again, my understanding is I'll pick on two. One is the Mayfair, and you've pointed out that there's really no appetite, with one submitter referring to it as I believe it was a dead hedgehog. But the other one that's also been raised is 231 Stewart Street, formerly known as Fortune Theatre. And again, my understanding from talking to some within the community is that there's really no appetite, no matter what were to go back in there, to kind of go back in to, or to support the Fortune, with that, or the building formerly known as the Fortune.
That's correct, and in light of earlier discussions, I did pull some data about the Fortune. In Deloitte's 2009 theatre feasibility study, it stated that a number of issues and limitations have been identified at the Fortune Theatre, and that included inadequate wheelchair access, inadequate green room, makeup rooms, restricted wing space, poor access, sound leakage, as well as limited access for pack and pack out due to its cramped site. In the 2020 Charcoal Blue Phase 2 report, which was a very intense look at a variety of potential sites and venues around the city, the Fortune at the time, or 231 Stewart Street, was ranked 6 out of 14. So it was, council at the time chose not to investigate that further.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just can't recall, was it Waikato University that did the recent research on performing arts? And the data, there was data there, very solid data, wasn't it, about audiences and so forth. Can you just remind us of that?
I think you're referring to the Massey University report. Yes, and I don't have the report to hand, but I believe it was, for every dollar spent, it was a return of $2, $3.
But in that research from Massey, there was a breakdown, wasn't there, of audiences and what they were going to and so forth, and some really solid evidence, solid data that we could draw on.
That could certainly be used at a general level, and I'm sure, I know that the 2023 CNZ Otago In for Arts showed that there is strong support for arts and culture in Dunedin.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some people will try to say that a theatre and arts is not a must-have for our city, but is it fair to say that the theatre industry and the arts sector is a very strong provider of economic viability in our city, providing millions of dollars into the city, and a strong, when it's vibrant, a very strong workforce, and a whole lot of other benefits as well as economic, but definitely economic as far as well-being and vibrancy in a city as well.
I would say yes to all of that as as somebody who works in the arts. One thing that I can also say is that if you look at Infometrics data from 2023 and you look at their arts sector, what was it called? Its arts sector profile, compared to the general occupations across all sectors, the arts sector, those involved in the arts sector, 81% of those are considered highly skilled workers, whereas the level across all occupations is 38%. So a vibrant arts economy includes very highly skilled people operating, as well as the of course, the benefits for well-being and social and economic vibrancy.
Okay. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Could you tell me the number of theatres in Dunedin that are fully accessible, like wheelchair access, for practitioners and the public?
I don't have that data to hand. I do know from the one thing that I have heard is that the Mayfair is definitely not accessible. I can't speak for the Globe or Te Whare o Rakatea particularly.
Okay. Are there any further questions? No. So we'll wait. What we'll do now, I think it'd be best if we collate the various resolutions, because there's still a bit of work to be done there. So if we go break for morning tea.
I'll explain to you, councillors, the resolutions we have just for clarity. And we're just trying to work out a logical order to consider them and whether they can be done as an omnibus. So we first have one that recommends a change to the revenue and financing policy to allow, and similar to what I circulated last night, that would see for venues that council may not own, a different mechanism of funding being able to be applied to those venues. So we think that probably needs to be done first to be logically consistent, because if you haven't agreed a different funding approach, then the other ones change. Following that, there is a resolution to create a governance group and develop a theatre action plan, so to provide the strategic framework for things. Following that, there is a resolution to fund to signal funding for a professional theatre building in an out year, with some resolutions around that. There is also a resolution to the one I again circulated last night around the Playhouse, and with funding that more immediately. There is one around ongoing operational funding for Te Whare, and just confirming whether or not we have one for the Mayfair. They're the ones I have received.
Athenaeum's not mentioned yet.
I haven't received one for the Athenaeum yet, so that's why there isn't one. So I'm just saying, we were responding to the resolutions that we've received from councillors. So.
Okay, yes. Just wait till we've finished. Any further questions? Okay, so I move that we adjourn until 11:15. Seconded Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So another minute yet. Yes, go.
We do road closures.
Oh. You happy to do road closures? Is there, no, we. Oh yes, no. We've been having questions on performing arts.
She's already said this. She's very messy.
We're used to it.
Yeah, day one's always easy. You always say day one. It's always easy. Yeah. It's when you get into your funding. Oh, yeah. I'll copy you in.
But the good thing is in previous years it was almost 10% over the GSO writing resolutions. I don't think anything else to change. And that won't
To now getting to the pointy end of the performing arts agenda item, number 15. Firstly, we'll start with some prefacing comments. We should all have on our screens in front of us the list of resolutions, and we'll start with some opening comments from the Chief Executive.
So, councillors, and thank you for your forbearance as we've worked to wordsmith the various requests we'd had from councillors. You'll see that this is an omnibus of resolutions that we have ordered in the way that mirrors the statement of intent from the theatre and performing arts people that they provided in January. Staff advice is that you need to consider a change to the funding policy first, so that because that will impact on the subsequent resolution. So if you decide to change it, there are different options available for funding than if you don't change it. So that's why that is first. Then we have suggested a high-level plan be developed, and following that have then progressed the resolutions moved by various councillor groups in the order as outlined in the statement of intent from the group. That's the approach we have taken. You are free to move them in any order you like. We think the funding one has to be done first. Following that, it's up to you what order that you do it. But we think it's important that you see them all as a bundle, so that will help inform your decisions. Okay, so questions so far. Councillor Eklund.
It's not a question, Mr Mayor, it's actually a declaration, I suppose. I have knowledge and experience in performance venues across the city and could contribute to this item in many ways. However, 5 councillors have raised with the Chief Executive that I am conflicted due to my son, who provides production services having a commercial agreement with the Mayfair. This is incorrect. My son provides production services to the users of the Mayfair. I don't believe I have a conflict, but the Chief Executive advises that I do. If I am conflicted due to any work that my son does at the Mayfair, then that would apply pretty much to every venue in Dunedin. Due to this advice, I'm going to withdraw from the full item.
I just need to say that, Councillor, I need to clarify that. I have said that based on the advice you provided me, you needed to consider whether you had a conflict. I think there was a reasonable expectation for the Mayfair item that you did. I provided no advice on any of the other items, only the Mayfair item, and I also advised that the call was entirely yours.
And just to add to that, it seems to me that the Mayfair does seem to be the thing in question, so sitting back from that is probably fair and reasonable, but all other items you should be, especially starting with the policy and everything else, you should be taking a full part in discussions.
Well, I see it in such a way that if there's a conflict with the Mayfair, then that would apply to the Regent, because
there's no Regent.
No, there's not there, but it could apply to the Playhouse and many other venues in the city, because they're all in the same ilk. And when it comes to any work that my son does as a contractor to users of these places, and I mean, and the Mayfair as well. So if it's good enough to have to sit back from the Mayfair, then it must apply to everything else as well.
Again, Councillor Eklund, I'm going to clarify my advice because it was very specific based on the facts that we had. The resolution that was being proposed around the Mayfair was about the purchase of equipment, sound and light equipment that would be used by people who were hiring the Mayfair, which would include the work that your son potentially was doing for people who were hiring the Mayfair. So there's a very direct relationship there. The same resolution is not present for any of the others, so my advice was specific to that particular resolution as it potentially impacted your son and his business. And as I said, a pecuniary interest is both positive and negative, and the fact that this might negatively impact on your son's business still makes it pecuniary potentially. So it was a very specific piece of advice on a very specific set of circumstances.
Okay. Right, I will proceed. Councillor Barker.
Just wanted, there's something there about the Fringe Arts Trust, and I just wondered if anyone had a figure about what the Fringe get funded by council for all of, they get a number of grants, and have they been in the rent relief, etc. So have they all been added up?
So can I suggest, councillor, that when we get to that, we ask those questions, potentially? At the first thing is the revenue and financing policy. So, and then we will go, my advice to the meeting would be that you then take each of the resolutions in turn. But this was so that you could see the package, because that might help inform decision making.
And I'd just add a comment that I thought there's a good deal of figures at the end of their submission to the hearings, which may have had all of the figures in there, but they may not have. So my question is for staff, does their submission with some financial data at the end cover all of the grants and money of whatever form that they get from council? So that, and that'll give them some time before we actually get to that resolution. Thank you, Councillor Benson-Pope. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. Specifically on the revenue and financing policy, which I presume we're going to do first because it underpins lots of the other stuff. So just on that first bit, I think I know the answer to this. So two-part question. Second part probably for Carolyn. She's here. Yes, got your attention. Is this, I guess, ripped, copy and pasted from a precedent elsewhere, and B, presumably it passes the strict legal requirements that we are required to observe? I don't know, maybe the CEO wants to answer that first part.
What I would suggest before we answer it would be really helpful, I suspect, now if we move the resolution and get into formal question time, if the meeting are happy to do that, rather than, so Carolyn can come and speak to it now.
Okay, so we have a resolution that Deputy Mayor Lucas has indicated a desire to move, and I'm happy to second. Yep. So now we'll have perhaps Caroline times two, or Caroline, two Carolines.
We'll now have some prefacing comments, which, and I'll start this. Following discussions over the last day or two about looking for ways that we may be able to give effect to funding capital items, especially new facilities that we don't own. Staff have spent some time looking at what other councils do. We found some useful material at Auckland, and this is based on what is proposed at Auckland.
Correct. This is based on the Auckland Revenue and Financing Policy, but also the Clutha Community Hub. The council borrowed about $7.6 million for that to fund the operating grant. Then they gave a top-up which they reserve funded, but this would mean that you can borrow to fund those grants. It's worth just noting the other impacts. Depending on the size of those grants, you may have an impact on your balanced budget. We don't see that as a problem based on the draft budgets that you have now, because the surpluses are quite large once we get out past year 3 of our plan, but that could change over time because it depends on future rate increases and other decisions of council and NZTA subsidies. But the updates that we've covered off there in B would allow for that.
Okay, so now we're ready for questions. Councillor Walker.
I guess the answer to that answer, in essence, answers my second question around the legal stuff. And so, because of those examples, there's nothing the auditor is going to look at and start throwing arms up in the air around us doing this, I presume.
Not that I'm aware of, Councillor. It would be more of an issue for us to be treating this as capital expenditure. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Clarifying, because I don't want to conflate with the things we're doing later. The debt repayment policy is the council debt repayment policy on total council debt, right? It's not a debt repayment policy on a grant given to a group.
No, but it would as part of a broader debt repayment policy, would look at how we dealt with this particular type of debt.
Councillor Gary?
Just on the public or private good, is there a different, I mean, obviously this is pretty clear to me that it's public good, but how's that defined? How's that weighed up? Is there a legal definition of that, percentage-wise or something?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, and that's what we work through with our revenue and financing policy each 10-year plan, is that we'll look at each activity and determine whether there are private benefits or whether there are public benefits.
Thank you. Councillor Witherall?
In regards to grants, you give an organisation a grant and they take the money and run with it. With this framework here, we're effectively taking a loan to give a grant. And for instance, say if we gave a grant under this framework to an organisation, say a theatre that was sitting on a bit of dirt in a building that was worth 2 million, and we gave them, say, $1 million, and once we give the grant, they fall over and a few years down the track. Is there any process that we could actually claw some money back? Just like a bank gives somebody a mortgage, and all intents and purposes they get that mortgage, but if they don't spend that money wisely or service that debt, then there's a mortgagee sale and that property gets sold and they get a clawback. Is there any opportunity in this?
What we've done is we've thought about this in the context of the Playhouse Theatre, but we would apply similar process for any grants where property is involved. Is one of the mechanisms you can do is you can put a covenant on the title so that it binds that particular owner and any subsequent owner. For example, with the Playhouse, what we're suggesting is that we put a covenant on the title that says that basically it can only ever be used for a theatre. You're exactly right. There are a few scenarios here. A similar scenario would be that the land, the council put money into a building and then it got converted into apartment buildings or something like that. So we are alive to those issues and we cover that off through registering a covenant on the title and including appropriate contractual provisions in the agreement that we negotiate.
What I would say though is that there are separate things. So a change in the revenue and financing policy is simply a change in that policy. And so there are no, that's at a policy level. When you get down to the individual grants, that's when you apply a particular contractual relationship. The policy has to sit as it is without any of those provisos on the policy because any covenants would be property specific. But there is always, in granting money, some risk. So council always assumes a degree of risk when it is granting money.
However, you mentioned the use, but you haven't mentioned about the use of, well, you mentioned about the use of funds, but you haven't really touched on if the business failed and it was put up for sale. Is there no provision to get any money back?
So, if I could, Councillor Witherall, those questions are probably better directed when you come to a specific example like the Playhouse. This is at a high level. We can't put as drafted. This is simply saying if council is of a mind to fund something, then debt funding is available. But this isn't the place where you can put a whole lot of contractual requirements in because there's no contract existing until the grant is given.
That'll be the next step. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, that wasn't my question, but in terms of what's just been asked, we can't, whatever we do, we can't override the legislatively existing liquidator's ladder, which is basically government tax gets first bite of the cherry, so that always overrides everything, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, okay. My question goes back to the response to Councillor O'Malley's question by the Chief, and you Chief, sorry, I see you're typing. I don't know if you're listening to me. Okay, you're multitasking. You said in response to Councillor Malik's questions, we'll see how we deal this sort of debt. So my question is, how does Auckland deal with this sort of debt?
Indeed. And you'll appreciate, councillors, we've had not very long to come up with this, and so part of the next step will be looking at that. But what we are loosely thinking is we'd call this maybe community debt or something, and we would look to repay this first, potentially, along with stadium debt, and earlier than some of the other infrastructure debt.
That's correct, and Resolution D notes that in the meantime we'll be assuming 20-year repayment of this type of debt.
Okay, are there any further questions? Okay, so that means we're all done with all questions? Carol, Ms. Allen? Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. We just had a minor word change that hopefully has made it to Jenny. So where we've defined in the resolution of what this covers, we've amended the words to say community organisation that is constructing or upgrading a building as opposed to upgrading an asset. So we just wanted to
change
tweak
it to a
those
building
words.
rather than an asset.
Constructing or upgrading a building, yes.
Right. That's quite a bit more specific.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yes, having, yep. Righto. Okay. Are there any further questions? Councillor O'Malley.
It's also up in the actual change to the policy.
Yeah.
Yep, sounds good.
Can I? I'm happy just to speak to that while they are just doing those minor amendments. This is obviously to meet the accounting standards, and I think the staff have done a fantastic job to, I guess, to read the room and understand that there is some willingness to look at alternative methods of funding without putting a big hit on rates in that year, if we so choose to fund one of these organisations or more of these organisations going forward. It just provides us with the mechanism. It doesn't mean we have to use it. By having this policy in place, it just gives us the ability to do that. And I really appreciate, and thanks to staff for picking up on the conversation, almost the side conversations we had yesterday about developing a debt repayment policy. So it's good to capture that as we're amending the revenue and financing policy today. But it's basically just provide us a mechanism to allow us alternative methods of funding if the will of council is to fund outside organisations without suddenly having a huge impact on rates in the 1 year. There will be obviously an impact on rates, and it will in the long term cost council more because obviously we're having to pay interest on the debt.
Yes, and further speaking to this, it's very much like council's own mechanism for funding its own assets and buildings versus rates. So for the capital cost of doing up the building, whether it be renewals or rebuilding or building fresh, that is deemed to be capital expense and can be funded over a period of time because that building, and referring to specifically a building in this case, will have a long lifetime. So it makes sense to fund it over a period of time rather than all at once and having to raise the money, much as someone building a new house would typically have a deposit and then mortgage the rest and pay it off over 20 years or 30 or 40, whatever. So this is just aligning our policy, our revenue and financing policy, to work for community assets for the community good that are organised by an entity outside of council, but under the same kind of criteria. Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor O'Malley.
By taking the word asset and putting building in, we've narrowed the omnibus focus. It now means that we would not be able to apply this to Dunedin Railway's railway line, but up until we took asset out and replaced it with building, we potentially could have. So I am just pointing out that we have narrowed it. We can't upgrade a bridge, can't upgrade anything if it's not a building. And we're already in debate. But then again, we can amend the policy again at some other later date.
Yes, when the issue comes up.
Right, okay. So I'm just pointing out we narrowed it right down to building.
Yeah, well, and just, I suppose, to constrict the thinking at this point. Okay.
Because we responded to today as opposed to the fact that we're changing an omnibus.
That's right. So we're speaking to it at this point. Are there any other speakers that want to? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I want to say thank you to the mover and the seconder for this motion. This has been on our books for a very long time, since 2018, and I just hope that this now solves the problem we've got, that we've faced with a distraught arts community that have come to us year after year asking for help, and had their expectations were high because of the fact there was 17.1 million in our budgets, and then of course when they were taken out, they were distraught. So to put this in, I really appreciate this and hope that this now helps us proceed further to help rebuild this depleted industry in our city.
Okay, so with that, do we need a right of reply? No? Madam Mover? Okay, so I'll put the motion. You see it on the screen. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Moving on.
And Jenny, please note that I've withdrawn from that one.
Next. We have a motion on the Theatre Action Plan and Group. So do we need to have questions on this? So this establishes a Performing Arts Governance Group and notes that terms of reference will be presented to the July 25 Council meeting, and that group will include members of the performing arts community and councillors and will be supported by staff, and allocates $75,000 in the Aratoy budget to support development of this action plan. Development of a theatre action plan. Should we put live theatre action plan? No.
If I could speak just to
Yes.
a little bit to this, and apologies, this is before questions. We don't believe we need a staff resource to do this, because we think we can utilise an existing resource and just share their time. But we think it would be useful to have an allocation for a little bit of work, potentially around just the business case and confirming if we need just some of the work that will have to go in around that plan, around maybe just updating some of the data that we have and that we know, just to give councillors a level of comfort for the next steps, which will involve potentially confirmation of funding for facilities. So that's why there's a little bit of OPEX in there, is to support the work. We can manage the staffing resource, but we don't have any spare money in those budgets for expert advice. So that's the terms of reference will include the membership, and will be framed up in consultation with the community and brought back in July. We'll aim to do that quickly to give a degree of certainty. And so that will be where you can look at making sure that that covers the aspirations you have, but we can't do that on the fly. We've seen the statement of intent from the performing arts community. We will look at finding a way to get round the table with councillors and get an understanding of your expectations as well, to build them into the terms of reference.
Great. We have 4 questions so far, starting with Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. For the Chief Executive, I suspect so the resource you're talking about that's out there right now is the same resource that produced the piece of paper with what seems to be the very fine pathway forward, which has led to these resolutions.
That is too obtuse for me. I'm sorry, Councillor. So I wrote that resolution.
So Mr. Kraken has a comment by the look of that.
We all had an A4 page that talked about a series of scenarios to make progress on this tortuous issue, that was written by the Performing Arts Group, or what? I can't remember what it is.
Statement of intent, you mean? Yes, me. We don't have one. That's not.
Those people, some of them, if not all, will be part of this Performing Arts Governance Group.
I think we can't jump ahead. What we can say is we will talk with that group and we will come up with a proposed membership for discussion with council, but it will need to be balanced. So there will need to be members, and it may not be able to be all of the fine people who drafted that statement of intent. They may need to choose their favourite children. It's the same way that, you know.
I'm quite happy with that. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. McGregor, did you have a comment?
Oh, look, I was just going to weigh in. When the conversation was specifically around the business support that was going to be required, we took that from the Clutha example, who were well supported, with a really robust feasibility of how the organisation would operate and how it would need to be set up.
Great. Ms Wilkie, any additional? Good. Okay, happy with that. Councillor Gary.
I just wonder if there needed to be a word change to allocate 75k to the Aratoy budget, because this is new money. It's kind of a bit ambiguous as it is, but you're happy with that? You feel clear?
We're clear it's additional money, but if the mover and seconder are happy, I'm equally happy to change it to 2. No, okay, 2. Okay, so if the mover, this is additional funding.
So then it should be 2. So then my next question is, I'm assuming, just want to put this out there, that the Ōtepoti Live Music Action Plan is what we're modelling the plan on. That hasn't been articulated, but I'm assuming.
While that is a likely outcome, what I would suggest is it would be wrong to predetermine the basis of the plan until the governance group has been able to be formed and have a discussion about what the aspirations are of that particular community.
Fair enough. And so my subsequent question would be, I'm sure we've learnt things from that process, and this would inform this plan. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Councillor Walker.
Largely answered, I guess, because I was going to ask, is the template going to be the old map? You've answered that. The only thing I would ask of, just for consistency, we do have an old map, and potentially calling this the Ōtepoti Theatre Action Plan, just to keep it consistent, but it's, I'm not going to die in a ditch over that one.
What I would say is the terms of reference and everything that comes back may tweak some of this. This is a working resolution to progress to that next stage.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I just clarify, do you see this, I see it, and I'm just confirming that this is what you what you think that the further motions that obviously are yet to be approved is that this will then give those organisations a point of contact to coordinate and have them coming together through that mechanism. Is that how you see it?
Well, until it's been developed, it's hard, but my view, and I think the view of staff, is having a framework will help inform what needs to be developed in what order and what it needs to look like to deliver on the aspirations of the performing arts community.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhep.
Just following on from the previous couple of questions, so looking at the Clutha model, which outlines quite clearly the process and the steps that they took, and aligning this with the progress on the music action plan, where they'd already outlined in their action plan, the live music action plan, steps 1 to 36, we would expect that the theatre group would come together and we would muddle our way through some steps on this?
As the Chief has already said, I imagine that we developed over time. There are a number of models we can look at, and that will be something we'd work through with the community to see which suits them best.
Just wonder if we need to put in that bottom line, theatre action plan, to not confuse it with the music action plan. Just
You're happy, just so that it stands alone as a resolution, if the mover and seconder are happy with that, or you're the seconder?
Yep. Yep. Good idea. Are there any further questions? I see none. Okay. So we have the word of theatre inserted there now. So the mover, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I start by saying, can I just quickly ask a question of the CEO here around this? Am I talking to the whole package that's to come?
No, just this.
Just this. Okay, all right. So, firstly, thank you, everybody. Almost everybody has been involved with this, and I really appreciate you taking your time to look at this. So this part of the motion is part, obviously, of a much bigger picture, and it's needed to coordinate because there's so many different groups involved, and this, I hope, will bring, like other speakers have said, bring what I will say, this is what the theatre group have asked for. They've seen what's happened with the music group and the music action plan that's been created, and they've asked for something similar because they can see how that's brought those groups together and how it's helped what they believe it will do, and I believe it will do as well, as it's giving a contact point and a structure to follow to help achieve their goals. Excuse me. Oh dear, I breathed in the wrong way, sorry. Thank you. Sorry. So apart from nearly choking, is that this motion is there to Mandy might have to take over, but is there to give a plan and guidance and along the way, because there's so many different groups involved to help that. But thank you for doing this.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the second of two items that need to be resolved before we can move on to the items that we're considering, and they come back as the feedback from the Performing Arts Group. The first one was how to fund it, and that's been resolved. And the second one was, it became apparent during our conversations in the last week or so that there just needed to be a communication improvement between the councillors who are working with these groups, because this is not the venue in which to do design, this is the venue in which to do decisions. And so including Part C, in my opinion, is actually a good addition to this whole thing. We're just making sure that the councillors will be aware of the movement of the desires and the designs as we head towards implementation, so we don't have a situation where we surprise each other at the last minute.
Yeah.
Indeed. Councillor Walker.
This is obviously logical, and as Councillor O'Malley says, before we move forward, we need to establish, and I mean, off-piste have been fighting for this one in particular, because without foundation, without solid strategic structure, and we're not going to move forward on anything. We're going to place things in a plan that will never happen. And I say that as somebody, along with Councillor Mayhem, who's been immersed in the live music, with the live music folks, and now sit along with Mandy, Councillor Mayhem, as a member of the music advisory panel, where we thankfully can drive through the implementation plan the 36 actions that sit in that Ōtepoti Live Music Action Plan. You get progress, and that's where I see this going. I think it would just be political flag waving if we did the rest without doing this, because we're going to be in the same situation that so many groups over the years have been in, including this group actually, who have been promised before the 17.1 million dangling, sort of like a sword of Damocles that never falls, in the plan, and sort of like the Tunnels Trail as well, will get promised millions of dollars, but it never happens because there's not that structure and strategic foundation to drive this forward. So this is so vitally important because nothing else gets driven without it.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and again acknowledging people in the public gallery. We've heard loud and clear from them that an action plan is absolutely key to any work we do going forward working. And we heard from them very clearly during submissions, and this particular motion sets in place a framework for decision making, taking the performing arts community with us as we go. And I still recall Karen Elliott's comment in the submissions around the very pragmatic approach, very realistic about what could and could not be achieved. I think this is a very pragmatic approach as a starting point, and we have more motions to go to how we proceed. And involving the performing arts community has to be front and centre to that. And we have extraordinarily talented people, both in the room and out there in the community, who have given us very clear messages. So that's extremely helpful. And I just want to remind you, if you're concerned, and we all are concerned about the financial fiscal responsibility, we really are. And I just remind you of that Massey research, which I'll circulate to everybody, and thank you for Ms Wilkie for finding the link for me, that $1 invested in the performing arts is $3.20 that we get back. So we should think about this as an economic investment as well as an investment in the heart and soul of our city.
Councillor Mayhew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with all of the other speakers. We've heard from the arts practitioners that they are exhausted. They have been working on this since the Fortune closed, since the charcoal blue consultation took place, and we've also heard that they can't go on. They are exhausted. So what this does, by establishing a performing arts governance group and an action plan, we will know that our practitioners have the support and the council backing going forward for funding applications and how this gets progressed to what we all want, a purpose-built performing arts venue for Ōtepoti. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Very good. You, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I'm going to ask if we can take Part D separately, please. I'm absolutely happy to support the establishment of the Performing Arts Group, but without knowing exactly what that $75,000 is going to be used for, I'm very reluctant to add $75,000 into the budget for an unspecified whatever.
Okay. Do you have any further comments? You'll write a reply, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the 75,000 will help allocate staff administer this because it's an extra workload. It is that correct? I see that, just to clarify that was my understanding of that. So what will that money be spent on then?
No, it's not question time.
Okay, well, so, but this is essential, this plan, and it, as everybody else has said, it brings everything else together, and it helps if anything, if we've got a clear line of what we want, how we're going to achieve it, and then someone or a group that the people in the arts sector can go back to and talk to, or even better, be part of, to create their own future with this and what they want. This is what this is doing. So please give your support and vote for this. Thank you. Okay, I'll put the motion parts. Yes, parts A, B and C together. So, I sense the sense of the room, A, B and C. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now part D, allocating 75,000 to this project. All those in favour say aye.
By division, please.
We'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Benson Pope?
Aye.
Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert?
No.
Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Fiso?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Lucas?
No.
Councillor Mayhem?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Walker?
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall?
No.
Councillor Wiley?
No.
Mayor Raddick?
Aye.
Lost it. Yeah, I've lost it. Motion carried 8-5, sorry.
Very good. Moving on to the next item. Also moved by Councillor Houlihan and seconded by Councillor Mayhem. Do we have any questions on this? The Playhouse. It's quite a substantial motion. Might be better to look at it on your own screen, but however. Any questions? I see Councillor Walker.
We might need somebody who's going to answer this question. And correct me if I'm wrong, first off. My memory from the submission process consistently was that if we don't do anything in the next 2 years, this all falls over. So this motion talks about 2027, I guess, being the starting point. And I imagine thereafter it'll take a wee while, assuming that the group itself raises its funds. So is there any feedback from the performing arts community whether or not this timeline does speak to that number that they came consistently and told us?
I've had discussions informally with folk from the Mayfair, but informally. Oh, sorry, Playhouse, sorry. Yep. I've been calling it the Playfair. So the Playhouse, in terms of in which year would it be best for council to allocate this money? And after discussion with them, year 3 was where the consensus that I heard from them again unofficially, which gives them a lead-in time to do the work that they know they will need to do that will form part of that, what are we calling this, the agreement that we will negotiate with them.
The only question I have is around Part C1. I think it's Part C1. When it talks about the use of the funding, and we all know from historical events that intended funding may not go where it's meant to go. What rights do we have if it does come to light that the funds aren't being used for the intended purpose? And Caroline is quickly grabbing the mic.
That will be covered off in the agreement, so it'll be a contractual obligation that it is used for the specified purposes, and if it isn't used for those purposes, then there'll be a clause to the effect that the money is to be refunded.
You can't answer this now, but how will we know?
The contract will, the agreement that we put in place with the Playhouse will also have clauses around reporting requirements.
But alongside the contractual requirements, which are what they are and legally required, this is all about the relationship the council will have with the performing arts community. And so the way we will know is by people like Lisa and Cam and their teams interacting and being involved and enabling of what's happening. So it's about relationships.
Okay. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A couple of questions, I think. And I don't know where I'm looking for this one. It's also on the same point, C1. As I understand it, some of the work that is being looked at for the Playhouse involves extensions. is that covered under remedial, refurbishment, or not at all? What do I guess I'm asking is, what is the definition probably of refurbishment, because remedial seems to be fairly obvious.
I'll answer this because I think the key words are the proposed agreement is likely. So once we understand fully what the Playhouse are proposing, the agreement will be crafted to accommodate that.
And the last question is, would it be right to say that what I remember hearing was what we need from you, or what they need from us, is a sign of support, and cornerstone funding will go off and do the rest, because we can't do the rest until we have the DCC support. So this more or less covers that.
Yes, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Gary.
Yes, and you'll be familiar with this document and the documents beforehand. So I just want to check in with you. This is the first, in terms of that work, there's been previous council decisions, resolutions, funding, feasibility, business case, all of that stuff, to see, what and when and which order. So the community, the performing arts community, has done a heck of a lot of work to get to this point. This particular group, the Dunedin Theatre Network, and I'm just checking. So the Playhouse is the first cab off the rank in a pipeline of work, and this is cornerstone funding, as has been already confirmed. Just checking that with you.
I just need to differentiate between the Dunedin Theatre Network and the Performing Arts Group. So the proposal that was put forward at the January 28th meeting of this year was from the Performing Arts Group, and they put forward that three-pronged venue approach: the Playhouse, the new Athenaeum, and new build, and they're the ones who'll be specifying what's most important to them, and of course you'll be specifying what funding's available.
So, apologies for not being clear about that yet, the Dunedin Theatre Network. So the other thing I want to check is this is about direction of travel and indicating a direction of travel to the wider performing arts community.
I would say that this is the first cab off the rank, and from what I've seen in submissions, it's the one that has the most urgent need, because it potentially could close.
But that direction of travel has been indicated, has it not, by the ecosystem that
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, sorry to labour the point here, and I know this will probably be tied up again in the agreements, but C part 3 and 4, in terms of the 3.35, and the obligation thereafter for the Playhouse Trust or the Repertory Theatre Society Trust to go and raise other monies. Let's just, for argument's sake, say that becomes problematic and it takes 8 years, 9 years, 12 years. Will the agreement tie off how much 3.35 million less in terms of years, knowing that as we get to the outer years, the value of that 3.35 becomes less? So it's just, I mean, and that's a real danger here, potentially.
Two things. I'll answer it pragmatically, and then Carolyn will answer it legally. In the discussions I have had, albeit only informally, as I've said, the view from the Playhouse folk that I spoke to, if they can't get the money and be underway in the next 2 years, then they're facing a very different proposition with that building. So I think there is a real sense of direction and the need for speed.
Okay. And from a legal perspective, there will be timeframes that are specified in the contract.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Councillor Walker asked my question, but a subsequent question, and Ms Walker, you might be able to comment on the current funding environment, because it is a significant amount of money that we're asking the Playhouse to raise themselves. So what's your view of the current environment at the moment?
I'm afraid I can't comment on that. It's not my area of expertise.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Sort of goes on to a little bit of what Councillor Walker said. Point 4 says that the grant will not be provided, I guess, until that's met. What I'm getting at is next year the money goes into the budget, sits in our account and stays there in perpetuity till we hand it over.
It's going into year 3. So isn't that's year 3? So it will be subject to discussion. And again, yes, there will have to be some commitments. If the Playhouse are fundraising on that, then staff advice would be it's sitting there and shouldn't be shifted until the terms of the agreement are sorted. And I imagine, Carolyn, we will be fashioning the agreement around that, and then there will be a 10-year plan that will come up before the funds are designed to be paid across.
We'll be sitting there safely. I'm assuming we're looking at something not unlike the Mosgiel Pool kind of relationship. It's not, well, I mean, I guess I just want to make sure, well, that one's a good one where the number changed quite a lot towards the end. But I'm really just more saying, so it gets budgeted for year 3, it sits on our books, stays on our books. Will it stay on our books when there's a new council?
And that will be a decision for council, but if we have provided assurances, the council, the agreement will have to cover that off somehow, and we will need to nut that out, because as you say, that they are, and this is, remember, not sitting as in the same way that the Mosgiel Pool one did, because that was a facility we owned and it was CapEx. So this is going to be debt funded OPEX, so it sits slightly differently on the books as well.
Stays on the books as well.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Up until the time they can uplift that money, that there will be some sort of, probably a question for you, Carolyn, maybe some sort of letter of support or something indicating that there's funds there for this, for them to use when they're trying to fundraise other money. Is that fair to say?
Unless council resolves to write a letter of support, there won't be one. What we will be able to provide is the resolution and a copy of any agreement that we have with them. But unless you resolve to provide a letter of support, we won't be writing one.
Okay. I think we've covered all the questions at this point. Thank you. Councillor Houlihan, would you like to speak to it, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I will. When this motion was put first, the first motion that was in 2018 for 17.1 million, it was indicated to be to replace the gap from the Fortune Theatre for professional theatre. Now, after this process, it's obviously, as we all know, we don't need to go over all this every time, but it's been a very, very long process. And what professional theatre practitioners have said to me is that giving some of this funding to the Playhouse fills a gap in the whole ecosystem of our city. And what we have is that the Playhouse has for years now been a theatre that offers children's theatre, and it does it well. It's the only really main, I mean there's other spaces that'll do the odd thing, but it's the main theatre for children's theatre. It also, though, provides a very important role for emerging theatre practitioners when they come out. Where I know we've got Alan Hall for the theatre ones in the training, but this is something a bit further. If they want to put on their own production, they can come out. It's a bit like Bats in Wellington, and they can use this space to put on productions when there's not children's ones there. So it provides two elements for our ecosystem of in the theatre industry and sector, is that provides an area for children's theatre and an area for emerging theatre practitioners, and that helps support professional theatres, because it builds up the professional theatre practitioners are stronger if we've got a really good, strong foundation of young emerging theatre practitioners coming along. So that's why I will be supporting this, and why I've moved this motion, is because it is an important part of the whole ecosystem. And the other reason, which is pretty dire for this building, is that the building is that run down and dilapidated. You've heard before, they've only got a matter of, they're estimating a couple of years, and it could be, it's its days are numbered. So it is urgent. If we don't approve this, they don't see a future in this site. Please support this motion.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Houlihan. I'd like to applaud the Theatre Network for their patience, their time and their energy and the sacrifices they've made to this point. There's been a huge effort to bring everyone together around the table and collaborate on priorities, and we have heard that the most urgent is the Playhouse Theatre. We know that the youth involved were passionate and emotional in their submission to us about how important it is as an incubator in the city. This is a children's theatre space, and children are the future. They are the arts practitioners that we will watch, learn and grow and thrive as creatives. This is a fringe and emerging artist venue also. For those of you who went to have a look at the Playhouse, you will see how old and cold and damp it is. There are a number of issues, leaks being only one of them. I think Christine Colbert said it best, and she has 47 years of devotion to the Playhouse Children's Theatre, and she said, we have had many successful careers in the performing arts start on our stage. More than that, we give the participants a sense of family and belonging, teamwork and self-worth. Our small committee is struggling to maintain our ageing building, and without the support of council, we are facing closure in the foreseeable future. This will be a huge loss to the children and the families of Ōtepoti Dunedin, and it is heartbreaking for those of us who have worked so hard with thousands of unpaid hours of work that we give to these kids for these opportunities. So I please ask you all to vote in support of this for the future of the Playhouse Theatre. Kia ora.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. I think I've mentioned this already, but in terms of this particular one, the Playhouse, or the Playfair, whatever CEO wants to call it, there was an absolutely clear, unequivocal message that resonated for me through the submissions around this one more than anything, and that's a credit to the group. But I just want to, I mean, I've been around this table long enough to know that nothing that sits in an LTP is sacred and protected. In fact, the performing, the creative arts community know that better than anyone. We only have to remind ourselves of a number that's embedded in all of our heads at 17.1 million. So I want to just give a wee warning and a request to the creatives out there in the community. If this motion passes, it's an incentive more than anything to the Dunedin Rep Theatre Society to make sure you get out there and don't give any excuse to any new council or give that new council a reason not to continue this funding.
Councillor Wiley.
I'm not going to speak to all these motions, but I will speak to this one, and I will be supporting it. And I think when I did do the tour of the Playhouse, it struck me in the fact that actually of how much these entities do. And it's not just the Playhouse, but there's others. So, but I'm going to try and keep my speech to this, is the fact that actually they are strong for the DNA of the city. And I think that's the part you look at. There's so much that actually multiplies out of this on that basis. So when I'm watching and reading through all these different motions, in general, I can support them. But the part that really struck me was the fact that actually over the years, we really have given the Playhouse very little, and some of the other theatres. And I think this really sets that organisation up, and it gives them the opportunity to leverage off this decision to actually do a lot more. And I think that's the part that I sort of look at, is that anytime we can basically be a cornerstone or part of an organisation like this raising additional funds for a multiplier effect, I think it's going to be strong. Because again, this is not just setting it up for the next 9 years, it's 20, 40 years. There's a multiplier effect here that I will support. Thank you.
Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Like Councillor Wiley, I'm only going to speak once. Through the submission process, there was strong support for investment in existing venues and calls for a purpose-built performing arts venue. I am no expert. However, if Council supported all of these options, I believe not all would survive, and furthermore, Council debt would skyrocket in the process. I accept the frustration shown from the arts sector over broken promises. However, there are many around this table today who have never made promises. I would love to see some go forward and clarity in this space. Yet the longer discussions go on, the waters seem to get murkier and murkier. We must learn lessons from the Fortune debacle. It's a changing world we live in, and we have to accept that. People don't physically go to shops like they used to. However, online shopping is growing hugely. People don't go to restaurants like they used to, yet Uber Eats is thriving. People don't go to picture theatres like they used to, yet streaming movies at home is the new norm. And dare I say it, people don't go to theatre productions like they used to. Although I'm a supporter of the arts, a lot of people I know are not. So I am very conscious of the fact we need to appropriately fund performing arts in relation to the demand that is out there in the community. And it worries me, everyone in this sector is struggling. Donated money alone does not put bums on seats. Here we are attempting to fix a theatre from the roof down. However, most organisations are fixed from the ground up. So I have grave concerns funding requests from this sector is going to be like a revolving door to council. I feel I know where this is going, and I will be led by my colleagues. Please, my surname starts with a W. Thank you.
And that we've just heard from the three Ws. Back to the beginning of the alphabet, Councillor Barker.
Yes, sometimes it's a blessing and a curse to be at the start of the alphabet. I do want to just talk about the arts contributions to the four well-beings, which I think we know there's the economic, the social, the environmental, and just specifically the environmental in relation to heritage buildings. And the Heritage Fund has actually put a bit of money already into this building with a re-roofing a few years ago, plus a conservation plan. So we have looked very seriously at this building, and there's many hundreds of pages of reports on the building and what can be done to it. When we look at how many people attend the arts, the latest statistic 2022 from, I can't remember where I got it from, but it was like a ministry. 22% of people attended musical, dance and theatre, skewed female, interesting, in the last year that the survey was done, which was 2022. So it is important, well, about a quarter of the population are attending the theatre, and then we look at how performing arts, we look at how important it is. I'll just go back to think about the action plan, and the action plan will address some of those issues, which is what is needed as an ecosystem approach. And we've heard from the performing arts community who are saying ecosystem approach, and that's where we absolutely need the plan. And I didn't support the 75,000 because 10,000 was given to the music action plan, and I just didn't feel comfortable about that figure. Happy to talk about that later. We went on a venue tour of the Playhouse last week and met with the community, and that was great. Thank you to the community for enlightening us as to the many issues which have gone on for quite a long period of time. I think it's sensible to support the I was going to say Playhouse. Having looked at their building, it's a great building. It's part of that start of that ecosystem. Obviously, it has its challenges. I was reading in the report a 33% NPS. However, it is a safe building so far. It needs more work, as they say. And so I do support the Playhouse and putting some funding into it. And I supported at the start changing the policy so we were able to fund it, the plan so that we can look at the ecosystem of the performing arts and then come up with some sensible solutions in the next couple of years.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Caldwell for both his submission as well as the tour that he gave us, having a wander around, and the approach of the submission I thought was particularly helpful. Through the tour, I got to see the potential, and for me, that is exciting. I'm not a board walker. I'm not a theatre rat or anything like that. But I can see the value and the excitement of it and the potential of it, particularly the location as well, where it is situated. That appeals to me. We do need to, as has been pointed out, support the theatre community, at least in some fashion. And particularly while we wait for, I believe Councillor Walker refers to it as the OTAP. So I will be supporting that for those reasons.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I've really struggled with this, and I really appreciate and thank you, Brent, for taking time out of your working day to take us on a tour, and appreciate you and other people being here today while we discuss this. And I'm very conscious after having the tour that this decision today is really about whether, as a city, we value the Playhouse and we want to see it continue, because I got that message loud and clearly that if council doesn't support it, then there is no future for the Playhouse. And I understand the importance of theatre, particularly for children. I have two kids who love being on stage and all that they learned and everything that came with that, and it's a fantastic experience. And previous councils have asked our performing arts or our arts community in general to go away and come back with a solution. And they've done that, and that's not, I don't operate in that space, and that's not for me to question whether the Playhouse is their priority or not. They've come to us and told us that, and I accept that they are the people who know this. I will support this resolution for the Playhouse. Like my colleagues, I'm not going to speak to every other resolution. I'm not going to support for other venues at this time. I think there needs to be more work done. I'm conscious of our budgets and all of that, but I'm really conscious of the need to support the Playhouse at this time. And I'm someone who doesn't make promises like my colleague and doesn't keep to that. So that's why I'm only going to support the Playhouse today.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And there's honestly nothing murking about this. So one of my colleagues made that comment, and I appreciate that. If colleagues haven't been on the journey of this Dunedin Theatre Network concept, then that may be the assumption they make. I've been involved since the fortune falling over due to the business model, and I've been to the Playhouse in the early days with Councillor Fiso. We had a tour through, and I really appreciate the fact that colleagues went and visited, because there's nothing like seeing it to understand what we're dealing with here. But what I consider this to be a particularly well thought out, collaborative way forward that tells us what the performing arts community, and in particular the Dunedin Theatre Network, want to see happen. And like Deputy Mayor Lucas, it's for the performing arts community to tell us that. We asked them to do that, and you have. So that is greatly appreciated. So for me, it's not murky, and I don't believe it's a revolving door. I wouldn't describe it or characterise it as that. It's a very well thought out, considered proposal about what is required. And I've heard time and time again from the Playhouse that what they need is certainty, one way or the other. They need certainty. But they're very clear. It wasn't an idle threat. It was, this is what will happen if we don't get the support of council, as cornerstone funders. I just want to remind colleagues about the economic benefits again. You've had the research in terms of a national sense. I have beside me a report on Dunedin's arts and cultural sector from 2021, and you've heard some of the figures. There's no doubt that the arts is a really core part of this city, and we promote the city on it. And I also remind you in our long-term plan document, and yes, it's OPEX, but out of $100, we spend $5.49 on the arts, which is a minuscule amount in terms of that. So I just remind you of that in passing. I won't forget in a hurry Ted and Arabella, who were the 9-year-olds who came as the group of young actors from the Playhouse to make the submission. And it was very clear to me that the experience is a wonderful thing for our young people, and this is the start of careers. This is the start of lifetime interests, and wasn't that impressive? It's also part of an ecosystem, and we've heard about that. And I just found when I put up a motion around the earlier support that the council gave the theatre network to deliver costed design concepts, something I said still rings true, that the Playhouse is clearly a well-loved and treasured by audiences, albeit we all recall the limitations of each, and we're talking about several here, each old heritage buildings and all the challenges it means for audiences, be it access, cramped seating, too cold, too hot, etc. And I believe that perhaps when colleagues visited the other night, there were buckets out, as there often are in the Playhouse. So it's been well thought out and researched. It's been a collaborative approach, and they're looking for certainty, and the wider performing arts community has given their views. So there's definitely collaboration, and I really applaud you for that. So now, as we proceed with this, and I believe this will get over the line, I know the performing arts community will get in behind this, and it also gives a very clear direction of travel for what this council, how this council values the performing arts and what we want to see happen into the future. It gives hope.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, I wasn't going to speak, but because I think there's been quite a lot of speeches already, but I just want to hit on the numbers that are in each of these motions as we move forward, and they clearly add up to 17.1 million, which obviously was what the Performing Arts Group were dealing with. In many respects, they're almost placeholder numbers. They, especially as you get further out in time, the actual number will vary quite a way away from it, but putting that number in effectively makes the commitment. And as we get nearer to the actual spend, I'm sure those numbers will move again, to be honest. My belief in commitment to the arts in the form and the commitment we're making here, which is the infrastructure to support the arts, it is the same as we do for museums, art galleries, gardens, all other things that make our life a better place. And if we are to maintain our status as a city, then we need to have a vibrant arts community in it, and this is our component of contribution here, and therefore we just need to do it.
So I've got a couple of comments to make. Firstly, that the Dunedin Theatre Network proposal is not a complete solution for the Dunedin Theatre Network or performing arts, and therein lies the problem. And that's a solution that was devised to match up with 17.1 million that was dangled in front of them. And so a complete large size 400 seat, which has been said 400 to 600 seat theatre, and is often held up as being required for the Dunedin ecosystem, is not included in that. And not only that, the 17 million was expanded to double that with a whole lot of fundraising in it. So that is why it's a very good thing that we have now got a working group to work through and come up with an all-encompassing solution. I'm sure the numbers that we have talked about in the past and are still talking about currently will not do the job. one thing that came through, and we saw a whole range of differing opinions from Performing Arts Arena at our hearings. There was not general agreement amongst the people that came and spoke, apart from one thing. There was general agreement for the Playhouse. So many of the other varied venues that came and spoke also supported the Playhouse. And in general, across the performing arts community, they support the Playhouse. And I think that the plan that they have to refurbish and redevelop that theatre is workable and a reasonable price and is absolutely doable. I think it's a sensible spend, and I have confidence in the fundraising because of the people involved in particular, and I think it's not too big an ask to be able to go out and fundraise, and we have some capable people doing that job. I think it's also in a good location, and I think it will attract, it will be usable for a range of other theatre performances and theatre companies and touring companies or whatever who want a 120-seat venue, possibly close to the students. There's parking in the near facility, and I think you'll be able to have a range of different performers going in there because it'll be so much more appropriate and nicer and able to deal with a professional company that comes through. So it'll expand its usage. And so I think this is a good thing for us to do, and at the very least, it gets the performing arts ahead one step, and this is the first step on the journey. So I absolutely support this. Your right of reply, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you everybody for their comments. What I will say to Councillor Weatherall is, yes, you're right. And when I studied years ago, they were talking about that then. When I studied theatre at university, there was talk on how do we increase numbers and the change in how people go to a theatre. So it's not a new thing. It's been around for years and years. However, with the Playhouse particularly, this isn't so much of an issue with that because people pour in there, and I know numerous times I tried to get tickets at the school holidays for the children's shows. You can't get them for love or money. They're sold out every show, and they're really, really popular. Children's theatre is so popular, a bit like the Crunchy Train. That sold out, anyway, that's another story, but that sold out months ahead, and I could never get tickets to that. But, my kids have been going probably because I've come from a theatre background, but I can remember taking Dara to theatre, and when the lights went out dark, she was a baby and started crying. That's how young she's been since then. But my point is, many people take their kids to theatre and to the children's theatre. It's an activity through the school holidays. It's extremely popular. So this investment provides entertainment for children and parents, and not so much, parents get a laugh too. They have adult jokes in them sometimes too that the kids don't really get, but they provide entertainment for people all over our community. And so I really would appreciate your support in this motion.
And we'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker?
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope?
Aye.
Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Fiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lucas?
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Walker?
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall?
Aye.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Mayor Maddock?
Aye.
Motion carried.
How about that? So I don't think we can get through another motion before lunch, so I think you think? I think we can. You really?
A number of councillors have said they're not going to speak, so let's see. Let's try that.
Okay.
I promise to be brief.
By 10 minutes, do you think? Okay. Athenaeum. Are there any questions? Yes, question, Councillor.
It's the name of Mr. Forbes' company. I mean, there's other companies, Zeal Steel. Is this Zeal Land?
Yes, we've checked the title, and the title is in that name.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just a clarification about the word in the resolution. It doesn't actually say what the funding's for. apart from for the F&M, but there's no specific, I mean, the Playhouse resolution was very specific, whereas this is...
Yes, I think it should, and sorry, this is done under urgency, but I think it should say as funding for a theatre within the Athenaeum.
No, I don't think it is a theatre.
It's not?
It's as per the, no, not that. The statement of intent, if someone has it, which I don't, has what it should be. So, a central city performance
No
venue.
microphone.
For funding a central city performance venue, please add that in, Jenny.
Where's it
Grant
going to be?
funding for the Athenaeum in there, for the development of a central city performance venue. That's what it says in the statement of intent.
Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Benson-Pope? Thank you.
So you're not calling it the Athenaeum Central City Performance Venue?
No, we just, at this stage, councillors, we haven't had any detailed discussion with Mr Forbes. This resolution covers off council's intent. There's a heap of work that would have to happen subsequent to this. So broadly, this is signalling intent. But yes, that was important. We got this an hour or so ago. So.
So this could be money to the Athenaeum, but for anything they decide.
No, Mr Mayor, we've changed it to say for the development of a central city performance venue.
Yeah, but for the Athenaeum, for the development.
In the Athenaeum.
Well, it doesn't say that.
I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty... Yes. Yeah. Carolyn will tweak minor tweaks to the wording, but broadly, councillors... Yeah.
Question, Councillor Barker.
Can I just understand about how this would fit in with the theatre action plan? So we'd do the theatre action plan. I'm just concerned about, I think we've all agreed about the Playhouse. I'm just concerned about if the theatre action plan comes up with a different outcome than funding something in the central city, then have we got enough, is there wiggle room there?
Yes. So and Carolyn, you'll need to listen to this. Casey, you'll need to listen. My understanding would be that the agreement that we have with in relation to the Athenaeum would include links to what the outcomes of the theatre action plan are. So, to your point, if the theatre action plan identified that an inner city venue, for example, wasn't desirable, then we would have get out of jail clauses written into it from our point of view.
So would any agreement come back to the council for sign off before that was?
Yes. We would have copy and pasted the Playhouse resolution and just substituted zeal, but we haven't had time to work through it. So yes, this will come back. Like if you would like, it says there that a council passing a resolution approving the terms and conditions of the agreement. So B2 says that the agreement will come back to council. So until that time, nothing is agreed.
Next question is Councillor Gary.
Just to clarify, Chief, for colleagues who weren't here when this, it builds on this. It might not be exactly this, but it builds on the work that was done. It's not just been picked out of the year.
My observation would be that this is in response to the statement of intent from the theatre group, as opposed to from that. How that was developed, I'm not across the level of detail.
So there's a level of detail in stage 3 of this that was the basis, I would have thought, for the statement of intent comment.
Well, I can't comment to how the statement of intent comment was developed. I'm just saying that we have based our resolutions on the most recent iteration and what we've heard from the performing arts community.
I guess I'm saying it didn't come out of the blue. It's a building on work done before. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Councillor Walker?
Yeah, just probably this is for the CEO. Firstly, there are outcomes here that are embedded outcomes that sit in the Ōtepoti Live Music Action Plan as well. But from my understanding of this motion, and I think you hit the nail on the head, the word intent is important. But the protections here for us are the fact that the funding is year 28, 29. A whole Amazon of water still has to flow under the bridge before we get anywhere close to any of that ever seeing the light of day.
Absolutely, and the council should take comfort in the protection of the agreement needing to come back here. And I'm sorry we couldn't be more specific, but we only got asked for this resolution midway through the morning today.
Right. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm following on from that. I'm just wondering, well, obviously I think it's great the work that's being done on that building and everything, but do you think we're stepping on the toes of the music action group that's been set up and is specifically looking at that Athenaeum? I just don't want us to decide something that then they might want something different.
And without having thought about this for much more than an hour, what I would say is that this is potentially complementary, but until we've had time to unpack what this looks like and work with various of the groups and the community to understand what it is that they see the Athenaeum for, I'm loath to say that, but everything we are doing will be framed up by the resolution that you've put in place to develop a performing arts plan, whatever you call it. So it will be done in a coordinated way that doesn't cannibalise one venue for another.
Right, are there any other questions? I don't see any. So, all set. Councillor, hang on a minute, I'll pull that up. Where are we at? Councillor. Just making sure. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
I certainly would. I'm delighted to move this, Mr Chair, Mr Mayor, and I think it demonstrates, all of these proposals demonstrate a cohesive vision for the solution, some of it sooner than others, but a coordinated solution to what's been a pretty difficult, understandably difficult and complex process. As an ageing thespian, debuted as one of the lost boys in Peter Pan on the stage of His Majesty's. A performance followed up with the Opera Company of New Zealand singing in the Boys Soldiers Chorus in Carmen. I am familiar with several of our theatres, and I followed on with many performances in German, actually, while a university student. So I don't need to tell you that I support the comments that colleagues have made about the value of the arts. And I think one of the strengths of this city is the range of different smaller theatres and the people who've supported them that we have. And that's created some problems, which we are attempting to deal with. And I have to say that the piece of paper that we saw, that I saw this morning for the first time, with the coordinated pathway forward, provides great comfort for me, and I think a really good solution for the performance community into the future. And that's my general introduction, and I'd like to speak about the Athenaeum, because the Athenaeum, I've always felt, has the most amazing potential because of the historic quality of the spaces, their centrality, and whatever we do in the Octagon, or our future council does in the Octagon in terms of further urban design work, what better place to have a performance space for theatre, music and the rest of it. And most of you are familiar with, we've been to the Athenaeum for functions of various kinds, either as part of the Fringe or as farewell social events, and you'll know that with even a little work, that building could be open to the community and a more familiar and welcoming space than it is now because of the access difficulties, especially down below, and have wonderful other spaces upstairs for rehearsals and preparation and so on. So I'm very pleased with the overall raft of proposals that we have here. I'm particularly pleased that a pathway forward has been found to include the Athenaeum, or a potential realisation of the development of the Athenaeum as part of that motion. And so thank you for your ongoing support of all of these.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've said most of what I wanted to in the last debate, but I did just want to clarify something which is important. So I've been waving this document around just to make the point that work has gone on beforehand till we get to this point. But it's a really important point of clarification, that the Dunedin Theatre Network proposal was a pipeline of 3 venues: the Playhouse, the Athenaeum and the Mayfair. That has now progressed with the Performing Arts Group proposal, which is the Playhouse, the Athenaeum and a new build. So I just want to make that really clear, because there is a lot of work and a lot of proposals that have come before this, and it's hard to keep up with, really. And I did also want to just remind everyone, and again I'm going back to a speech I made several years ago when we put up that concept motion and supported the Dunedin Theatre Network to go ahead with that the Athenaeum work and proposal aligns with Council's oratory strategy, and remember, it also aligns with us being a UNESCO City of Literature, because there's an element of that in the proposal, and I see heads nodding in agreement over in the public gallery. And I remember that was a very compelling part of it for me. So I fully support this, and just stress that, again, it has not been picked out of left field or out of the blue, out of the sky. This is a very thoughtfully considered, we've backed before to get to this point, well-researched proposal, and I fully support it and urge you to do so as well. And one more final point of clarification. I am told very clearly by the performing arts community that there is no intention of forming a future theatre company as was housed at 231 Stewart Street. That is not the intention. The intention is that there be a build that will accommodate all, or maybe not all, because it may not be suitable. Remember that slide that Dr. Morgan put up around different sports codes playing in different fields, but a wider group of the community, of the theatre community. So this is a different proposition, and people keep harking back to the Fortune. We're at a different time, a different space, and they have said that very clearly. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, but I don't support this because it's $4 million, yes, but that doesn't get the Athenaeum redeveloped. When you go back to the document that Councillor Gary has been waving around, the price there is $16.25 million. So in other words, this opens the door to $12 million yet to be found. Now, where is that going to be found? I mean, history has shown that the community is very unlikely to come up with that kind of money, whatever you might think and whatever people might say. Now, this is, putting us in the gun for this development. And the next thing, it will cost council a whole heap more money. And I just think, it's certainly not it's not part of an overall solution for performing arts in Dunedin. And we don't have an overall solution for performing arts in Dunedin. What we have is the carrot of 17.1 million being dangled, and this is being brought to the table as part of that, as was firstly the Mayfair, and now it's moved to a new build. Well, you know, the new build is going to cost a whole lot more than 9 million that they've got in that plan. One thing is it's certainly not the Playhouse. The Playhouse, we're putting up 2/3 of the funding, and the other third, I mean, I am very confident that that will be found. I mean, that's realistic, it's achievable within the community in a relatively short period of time, and I believe that the people who are driving it are capable of raising that amount of money so that it's covered. Whereas having to find 12 million for the Athenaeum, and it's a much bigger project, could well end up being a whole lot more expensive. And it also, there's a very strong element here of we predetermining the plan, and also favouring that the Dunedin Theatre Network proposal versus various other proposals that we've heard from people over the course of various hearings over more than 1 year. So I do not think we should be committing to this money until such time as we have a unified front from the performing arts community. We do have a unified front for support for the Playhouse, and we in turn are supporting that. There is no unified front for this, and neither for the next project, because the project has not been figured out yet, and there's no location and there's no concept even for that project. So I won't be supporting this. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. To be honest, I'm still terrified by the thought of David Benson Pope starring in a Bizet opera, but I'll try and move on from that. My thoughts have changed slightly related to the previous speaker, actually, and his retelling doesn't fit my understanding of what's not requested, what the desire of the person who may be involved in developing this wants or is asking for. And I take comfort from the motion part B1 where we're going to have an agreement that's negotiated between said person and us, so we should take comfort in that. So I'll just give you what my understanding is, that there was seed funding of this sort of quantum required to go out and do the rest. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that can be pinned down in the agreement. There's no obligation in us to do anything, as I've mentioned earlier, and I'll keep reminding the creative community behind me that any numbers going in at LTP are not sacrosanct, and they don't. There's no guarantee they'll emanate. But my understanding is that Mr. Forbes wants to develop this jewel in our crown. The locationally it is stunning, and I have a wee bit of a bias because I'm a regular attendee at music events throughout this city, and every time I wander downstairs into the labyrinthine style of creation that is the Athenaeum downstairs, my hair's stand on end imagining watching some of my favourite bands thrashing guitars and banging drums down in that basement. It will be extraordinary. So I like the potential crossover here between what may emanate from the music community, from the theatre community, and what already exists via the OLMAP for the music community. I think there could be a great symbiotic relationship and outcome here. But I take comfort, and we should remind ourselves this is going into year 28, 29 of the plan. There's an election coming up in a few months when everything can change. And I'm also, this is the reason I presume the motion, and I'm sure the mover can speak to this, why parts B1 exists in this motion, to give comfort to anyone who has any suspicions that suddenly now we're signing off to throw 16 million willy-nilly into the development of this fantastic facility. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. One thing that hasn't been covered off about the Athenaeum is its street-to-seat and street-to-stage access for wheelchair users. At the moment, I think that the Athenaeum is probably our most and only accessible theatre in the city. We've talked about its location, which is absolutely primo. In the Octagon, we've got the Regent, the Athenaeum and Te Whare Rokatia, all in a line there, an incredible arts and performance precinct. We saw it in the Arts Access Aotearoa submission about inclusion, that we need to embed accessibility in from the ground up. That's accessible seating, backstage areas and green rooms. I think this is very achievable. The Athenaeum as the NAT, the New Athenaeum Theatre, shout out to Ali Swan, it's basically a black box. She gets in there and configures and reconfigures it all the time to make sure it's accessible. At the moment, GASP, which is the Disabilities Mobility Group, dance group, are performing in there twice a week. It is so popular. And, wearing my Disability Issues Advisory Group hat, I will always support the Athenaeum. While the downstairs music space has yet to be developed, the theatre space is accessible, and that is so important to all of our residents. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak until the determination that we're not sure what that number will be came up. The fact of the matter is that's the truth. But we are in an environment where 17.1 million got put up, I think, almost 4 years ago now, and then it was going to be applied actually to the Athenaeum. And then it became clear that that was not what the theatre community wanted. We asked them to go back. The reason you had the statement intent in front of you is because I was given it last week and I had it photocopied and put in front of all of you yesterday. I believe this is actually pretty much the roadmap of what the theatre groups want, and therefore as we go into the development of the advisory group and other things, I can't see massive deviation from this plan. And I believe that these three parts are the core and the plan will be devised around that core. I could be wrong, but that's how I feel it will play out. Therefore, we're funding part 2 of the plan and we're funding it out on year 4. And the fact of the matter is, you're quite right, Mr. Mayor, a lot of money is going to have to be raised before that 4.25 gets released. And will that number be the number? I go back again to the Mosgiel pool. In the end, it ended up not being the number, but the facility got built, the community contributed. We asked the community to go so far, we came the rest, then we closed the deal off, and then we had the community asset. This will be the same approach to all 3 of these approaches, I'm sure. And as they get further out, this number will be more or less accurate, simply because time will determine it as much as anything else. But I will be voting yes, because if we don't move forward, we'll just be back here again in 3 or 4 years' time.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very aware there's professional theatre practitioners in our seats behind us listening to this, and the comments of dangling a carrot, in my opinion, are quite offensive. It's not us dangling a carrot. That 17.1 million sat in our budgets. We consulted on it for our annual plan, and then it was taken out before then. I think it even went through an LTP, actually. It's been there since 2018, after the Fortune Theatre closed down. And there's been numerous amounts of consultation that the theatre practitioners have been through in our city since that money went in there. And I know, I agree, this process right now seems like a hell of a lot of money and a lot of different motions going through, and it looks like, whoa, another one. But Councillor O'Malley said it before, and he's correct. What we're doing is actually fulfilling what was agreed initially, is that 17.1 million. However, and it's going to be no more than that, when it all adds up, it will be that amount. But what we're doing is we're doing it in a way, because of your motion, Mr. Mayor, and the Deputy Mayor's motion, we're able to do it in a way that's making it more affordable. And that's why we're able to do it, because of the 2 of you. So we're very grateful for your help in doing this. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I know I said I wasn't going to speak, but the Mayor and Councillor Houlihan have prompted me. I think you're naive if you think 17.1 million is all that is going to be requested. That is absolutely, I think we need to be honest about this. We need to be really aware of what the funding environment is out there. I'm going to vote against this and the next resolution, because I do not want to set these organisations up to fail. We're asking a huge, an unbelievable huge amount. We're asking them to fund the rest of the Playhouse, then the Athenaeum, and then a new build. I do not, and I'm going to use Councillor Weatherall's line, I do not want to promise something that and set organisations up to fail. I want our arts sector to be thriving, and I want to put them into a position that they can do that. And I think this resolution and the next one, I don't think is going to set them up to be able to thrive. So I'm not going to support this.
Councillor Barker.
Gosh, I've been in two minds over this one, especially as hearing that it came in at the last minute. However, in the interim, I've been reading on the Dunedin Theatre Network site the Feldspar concept plan. So the concept design stage summary report from Feldspar, which has some, I was going to say, where's the list of the experts that put this together? So there's a list of a lot of experts, sorry I can't quite find it, that put this report together, and I actually think for me it has a huge amount of credibility, and it has all of the three proposals, the Mayfair, the Athenaeum, the I'm stuck on the Playhouse in there as well, and it talks about all the risk management, the implementation risks, and the risks of doing nothing as well. And I guess it's the risks of doing nothing that's concerning me. Also, why we were looking at the theatre network, which it was one of them was community arts hub and in the central city, and I guess it's the reason why I still torn looking to support this motion and put a placeholder amount in, because after asking the CEO, any agreement would come back to council to sign off on. But I really feel that we need to look at the, as I said, the theatre arts plan, and then put this one together, but actually put that stake in the ground to, without predetermining any income, to say that yes, we will support the Athenaeum as a central city community arts hub. I think there's been so much work done on this, and on reading the quality of the work, I am very impressed, and so I will support this as a placeholder.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I too wasn't going to speak, but and I guess I just want to say, as a third-term councillor, I've started by saying that I am a Philistine. I don't really care about the arts. However, I have a very creative whānau, and they're right in there. So I just want to pick up on the use of the term thriving. I think what previous speakers have said, or not necessarily, very politely said, that we need to support the arts communities. And I don't know if we really do get it, because the actual so-called ecosystem is dying. It's not even thriving. Yeah. It's not even alive. And if we talk about, again, this obsession with spending and debt, I think we have to look at it again, as I've said before, for other communities, mana whenua, and the young people's communities. We have to make investment for impact. As Councillor Barker said previously in a previous debate, probably, or I don't know if it's the same, anyway, talking about the four well-beings. Professional theatre practitioners have closed down operations in the city in the last few years, and now have to go and be based or travel around Aotearoa to get work. So I would just, even from this Philistine who doesn't go to much apart from maybe Polyfest, I think I implore us to actually have a vision and again give some hope. It's a relationship. If people will come back and ask for the whole 17.5 million or whatever, then we talk about it. But first of all, we have to actually invest. And as Councillor Houlihan has been saying constantly, we need to give them seed funding, just like we did for Te Whanua Whakaehu. So, anyway, that's me.
Councillor Gilbert.
Like Councillor Barker, I am still more or less in two minds, although I do lean one way. I came in not expecting to, well, first of all, this wasn't on the cards as of about an hour and a half ago, or 2 hours, given the length of time we've been talking. It does seem to me like, as Deputy Mayor Lucas was saying, that this is almost like a promissory note to go off and get funding, but it's a tether that can't really hold the weight. So I worry about that. But I'm very much relying, if I do vote for it, I'm very much relying on B1, because this allows the Athenaeum to go off and try and start sourcing funding. There's investigation of actual costs and those sorts of things, and there's the agreement that must be upon terms and conditions acceptable to both parties, and that we have been told that agreement will be coming back to council. So it will obviously be the next council, the next council, but it will come to this table. So it will be able to be made at that point. So at this stage, I guess I'm seeing it, I'm probably talking myself further off onto one side. I probably see this as more of allowing the doors open and an investigation to begin, I guess, maybe.
Okay. Your right of reply.
Thank you, councillors. I don't think there's the slightest doubt, if you read parts 1 and 1.1 of the motion, that this is not the final decision. That there's an absolute, not an expectation, a requirement that whatever is agreed, if it can be agreed, comes back to council for approval. And actually, if you know the owner, as most of us do, you know that he is one of the leading experts in the modification, change, adaptation of important heritage buildings in this city, and had huge disputes previously with this council because of our lack of support, which included street-facing signage, abusing councillors, none of whom are here, I hasten to add, in a previous series of regime. However, the support that he's had from council and the Heritage Fund, and the work of Laurie and his colleagues have made an extraordinary contribution to the city. He's one of the people who actually is the go-to person for getting your building strengthened without getting ripped off by an out-of-town consultant. Ask Nom D. You know, that Laurie's network of success is all over the city. So if you had any doubts, about the process that's going to come back to us, then add to that no doubt about the performance past and present of the person we're going to be negotiating with. As I said earlier, this is no different from what we're expecting about the playhouse money. We're not going to sign anything off unless we're happy with whatever the agreement might end up being. There's no difference here, and I'm disappointed about the negativity we've heard around what this might mean. What it means is really clear. It's what's there. It's an amount of money possibly in year 28, 29, subject to those other conditions being agreed and locked up in the way that we're talking about having other stuff tied up about the money that we've agreed to. So I think it's an absolute no-brainer. I think the key for me is not only the potential of trying to help a development like this, but the track record of the person and people we're talking to, and the extraordinary location right in the heart of our city for a multi-use set of spaces that can only be good for Dunedin. And just in one final comment in closing, Councillor Lafiso talked about the economic activity and vibrance that comes with the theatre and theatrical and musical part of our arts sector. The other thing that people haven't mentioned and are forgetting is that all these little jobs and medium-sized jobs and big jobs make an amazing contribution to the increase on presence of work for our people and the vitality and economic vibrancy of the city. It's not just about the children's theatre or music downstairs at a new Athenaeum. It's also about the people who've done the work and bring money and employment to Dunedin. And if you want to make Dunedin great and vibrant and one of the best small cities, you've got to do this stuff. Thank you.
We'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker?
Aye.
Councillor Vincent Pope?
Aye.
Councillor Gowrie?
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan? Aye. Councillor Fiso? Aye. Councillor Lucas?
No.
Councillor Mayhem? Aye. Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Walker?
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall?
Aye.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Mayor Raddick?
No.
Motion carried 11-2.
Okay, so I move we adjourn for lunch until 1:45. Seconded Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. next motion, which is allocating of $9.5 million for a new venue. We don't have any. Do we have any questions about this? I see none. Councillor Houlihan, want to speak to it?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Well, this is here because the amounts have been worked out by the different theatre groups. So we've been through a very long process today, but each of these we said to all the groups that were part of this, please go away, work out how to allocate this. And this is what they came back to us with, was these figures. So that's what we'll put here. And the reason they've asked for this is because then what they'll do is use this as seed funding. So this will be an initial investment into a professional theatre for our city, and then they will go away and they will use that as seed funding to then get more funding from other organisations. And what we have to do is think, let's go back, and Councillor Lafiso touched on it earlier, and I just want to remind us all of what we're talking about here and where we're at currently, is that our arts sector, specifically the theatre practitioners, but lots of different arts practitioners, are hurting. And I would give an example of it being like a pulsing heart in our city of theatre is basically they're almost not even getting a blip. The heart has just about stopped beating. And that happened after the Fortune closed down. And then from there, a lot of practitioners left town. They've then all been hit with COVID as well. They've had numerous things, one after another. And as a result of that, we heard them. There was numerous submitters came to talk in hearings for our LTP. And the words they used was about the 17.1 million being removed from our budgets at that present time. They begged us, please put that money back in. Those funds can be invested and used as seed funding and then invested back into the city. And that's what I'm asking you to do today. But what they said when they thought those funds were gone, that they felt betrayed. They are rock bottom at the moment. Many of them are not even considering, being forced to consider whether they can even stay here anymore. They don't have work because they haven't got places to work from, many of them. A lot of those practitioners have already left. And things are pretty dire. As a pulsing heart, we need to give it an injection, and that's what this does. We need to get it beating again. We need the vibrancy in our city. And as Business South says, we want to see growth in our city. And arts creates, as we've said numerous times, a research out recently showed that $17.3 billion of economic value comes from the arts sector. And, that's a lot of money pouring into our country and into our city. We get a huge percentage of that too, because when our arts sector is vibrant, we will. Dunedin has always had a really good reputation of being a city for arts, and I hope we can continue that, and I urge you all to support this. I know we've had a lot today, but this is part of that ecosystem. It's got a few years in the budget, so it's not straight away, but what it does is give a commitment to this professional theatre group that we are supporting them. We've given them seed funding so they can go out and get some more funding, and the fact that we're able to adjust the budgets a bit, it doesn't give us a huge hit on the rates. There's some hit, obviously, but not a massive hit. And I just implore you, please, let's create a beating heart in our city again.
Councillor Mayhem.
I support this motion, the cornerstone funding of a new purpose-built theatre. I consider myself to be a part of the creative community. The Fortune Theatre closed 7 years ago, leaving a gaping abyss in the professional theatre network in Ōtepoti. For so many years, our arts practitioners have been forced to perform in old, cold spaces. It's overdue time to create a purpose-built performing arts centre and to invest in our creative community. Arts, culture and creativity make valuable contributions to the city, connecting people to place, building social cohesion, a sense of belonging and shaping community identity. A new build is not just an opportunity for functionality, but it's an opportunity to embed accessibility and inclusion from the ground up. Any new performing arts venue must meet best practice, accessibility and universal design standards, enabling street-to-seat and street-to-stage access for wheelchair users, those with limited mobility, with accessible seating, backstage areas and green rooms for practitioners too. An investment in the arts is an investment in a prosperous, vibrant and healthy community. In the Performing Arts Group Statement of Intent, in a nutshell, they asked us to refurbish the Playhouse, support the Athenaeum as a community arts hub in the central city, fund Te Whare Rokatia to stay open, and for the DCC to provide cornerstone funding and support for a new purpose-built arts venue. They've worked with a collaborative approach with our creative communities working together to maximise efficiency with a united fundraising approach to have one voice and one vision for our performance ecosystem. It's a well-established practice for councils to work in partnership with government agencies, charitable trusts and community groups to develop projects such as this. Fit for purpose, contemporary, affordable, equitable access facilities that in the future will be for professional, commercial, education and community theatre practitioners. Dr. Kim Morgan said it in her submission. Dunedin artists remain grossly underfunded, yet we're expected to make professional quality theatre. Current venues are aged, too small, ill-equipped, poorly adapted, inaccessible or prohibitively expensive to rent. This results in a need to constantly adapt non-theatrical spaces to suit our needs. I may not be a professional, but I devoted 5 years of my life to keeping Ridgeway's family circus on the road. I was exhausted as the ringmaster, the clown, chief animal carer, driver, agent, education officer, business partner, general dog's body. It was a grind, 12 hours a day. Leaving was the hardest decision that I ever made, and they never did another show. That rests heavily on my shoulders. And as we've heard today, this is about the well-beings. It's about a vision and it's about hope. And also, as Councillor Barker said, the risk of doing nothing. Don't let the closure of another facility or the end of a theatre company here in Ōtepoti be on all of us. So I urge you please to vote for this motion. Kia ora.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this. Whilst the mover has referred to it as needing to return a beating heart or along those lines to the city, I personally consider this to be more of a shot of adrenaline followed by a jolt of defibrillation alongside a case of Red Bull and then playing with enough sugar to send into a hypoglycemic shock, with the headache and medical bill resulting to be picked up by the residents of Dunedin. Until the OTAP, as it's been referred to, is in place and we understand what is going on around the city and what the theatre network is going to look like and may look like, I will, as seems to be the theme of the week, I will quote from an artist, Michael Lee Aday, which you probably better know as Meatloaf, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Councillor Walker.
You reminded me how much I despise Meatloaf. Jeez, it brings back awful early 80s memories of that bat out of hell nonsense. Thank you, Councillor. I wasn't going to speak actually, but I'm going to support this for the opposite reasons to the previous speaker, but also for the reasons expressed previously. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I missed out the question time, that post-lunch rush. But my question would have been, and I'll wait for nodding heads, that this obviously will be subject to the same agreements, legal documents, feedback to council, as is required by all the previous motions we've passed today around theatre and the creative arts community. I have no doubt it will be. I'm less stressed by this one because it sits right out in the outer years of the plan. A lot of water will go under the bridge between then and now. This motion and those amounts will look tremendously different to what they do now on the paper. They may not even exist. They may be higher. They may be embedded with other things. So if you're asking for this money tomorrow, I'd probably not be voting for it, but I have little stress related to where it sits on that line item out in 2030-31.
And I'll just make a quick comment. As we saw in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, one of the highlights was meatloaf coming out of the freezer. But this money needs to stay in the freezer until such time as we have a plan to spend it. And until there's actually a project that's there and ready to go. Or not so much ready to go as then able to be properly considered, rather than just throwing money against the wall and hope it sticks to something. It's just dangling in front of the group and seeing what they come up with. I think coming up with the right project is vitally important. Councillor Wiley.
God, meatloaf, what a classic. Never thought I'd hear those comments made in this room, but anyways. I'm actually going to support this. And the reason being is because actually I do think we need to create a pathway. And the other aspect being is this is going to go through 3 more long-term plans between now and 9 years, 2030 or 31. Oh, sorry, that will probably be about 2 more long-term plans. So I think the path, it's about the pathway for me is what it is. And yes, it allows the seed funding, but you've got to create a direction for things to happen, and I think this does that.
Councillor O'Malley.
I'm waiting for the end of time. It's not relevant, but I mean, I felt I just had to say it. I actually praying for the end of time, but actually that's more relevant. I actually come back to the Smooth Hill landfill debate and what happened back in 2017 when no number was put in fact no mention of it was put in, and I asked someone in policy at the time, why didn't you put a number in? And they said, well, we didn't have a number, to which I answered, I know the number clearly wasn't 0. And that's the point here. We don't know what that number is going to be, 9.5 million or not, but if we don't put it in, we effectively put in 0. And we end up another 3 years passes, which is exactly what happened with Smooth Hill, until it got acted, and then we ran out of time. This is sitting in there 2030-31 with a estimate number of the fact that it'll be greater than 3 and less than 20. And that's really what it's sitting in there for at the moment. And it's giving a quantum of what it might be. That's all it is at this moment. But the fact that it can't be pinned down to the actual number means you risk going in the other direction, and you just haven't put it in at all. And that effectively means you've given it and assigned it the number 0. So I'm happy to vote for this as it stands, recognising that, as Councillor Wiley pointed out, it will be considered twice in long-term plans before it actually gets to 2030-31. And as the plan unfolds, the actual number will become apparent. But if we don't put it in a number in there, which is in the order of magnitude of where we believe will be, then we're not really taking into account that we expect to do this. So if we don't put anything in there now, anybody who votes no is, in my opinion, saying effectively they do not think they will ever support a performing arts facility. And other than that, I don't think we can get any more accurate.
Right. Your right of reply, Councillor. Oh, Councillor Gary.
Thank you. One of the things that hasn't been covered, and thank you to colleagues because a vast array of angles have been covered in the debate thus far, but the one thing that hasn't been is around the reason people come to live in the city, and we've all met them. Every other week we bump into someone who's chosen to come and move here, either from within New Zealand or from overseas. And the things they talk about things like the cycle tracks and things such as mountain biking tracks and the cultural facilities in the city, be they museums, art galleries, and things, the festivals and occasions, and the concerts. And in amongst all of that are the live performances and theatre. Those are all important aspects of making a city attractive. We call it livability. That's what we refer to it as. So that's a really important part. If your focus is on how can we afford this, and again I say we're all trying to be fiscally responsible here, but we need to understand there is an economic benefit to investing in this sector. And I just refer back to those figures that I sent round to everybody, and just quote a couple of them for across the country. Live performances add 1.4% to GDP to the year ending June 2024. The contribution to economic and social aspects was $17.3 billion. Jobs, 60,500 FTEs. And this was an interesting figure. Volunteering, 1.2 billion in skills and professional experience and expertise. So we can't look at this in a linear way. There's just so many aspects to it. And I agree, we have to put a figure on it because otherwise we'll be back here again. We need, as my colleague to the right said, a pathway for the performing arts community, and this is where the rubber meets the road. We've lost the fortune. Yes, we lost the fortune. I well remember it. It was exceptionally painful for many people. There was money ring-fenced for professional theatre, and we had COVID. We had money set aside. We've had money taken out. And this is the time we need to make some decisions. We cannot keep putting them off. We need to give hope. We need a pathway for the sector. And I just want to make sure that we all understand the extraordinary expertise that we have in this sector. And one of the first things on the back of the statement of intent is around we're a small city with large performance expertise. And I look to Dr. Kim Morgan over in the gallery with her 30 years plus as a professor and a director and an author with international experience. And there are other people like her in the city. And Karen with her extraordinary expertise and deep experience. The people who brought us this know what they are talking about. And while some round the table may have expertise in this area, I certainly don't. I'm an audience member and I appreciate arts and culture. So the other thing I want to draw your attention to is the whakatauki that has been used, he waka eke noa, working together for one collective vision, and that's what the performing arts community has brought to us. And I fully support this as a pathway forward.
Righto, back to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for all the comments. I just want to say that this motion initially came about because the Fortune had closed down. It was set aside for professional theatre, and that's what we're talking about now, is to look at a replacement and a gap to help professional theatre. And the things that everybody else has said around here are absolutely correct, that we, you know, at the end of the day, isn't that we've just made this up on the spot. This has been sitting around. These funds were allocated back in 2018, sooner in the similar time frame around the, you know, the wake of the closure of the Fortune Theatre. And our community of theatre practitioners have been consulted and consulted and consulted over this. So it's not like it's just happened, and it's not like we're just going, oh, let's just spend this money. This has been through consultation after consultation with the public, and the public came back to us and said they wanted professional theatre in the city. And there's precedent for that. Auckland, Oamaru, Balclutha, all sorts of different councils have put money into theatres, and there's a reason for that. They bring vibrancy into our cities. There's huge advantages to have professional theatre in your city. If there's a professional theatre, it creates jobs, creates opportunities for professional theatre practitioners. It also creates avenues for your emerging theatre practitioners to go, and touring theatre shows can also go to that size of theatre and work and give work to our professional theatre practitioners if we have a theatre like this that they're wanting. It also tells our theatre practitioners in this arts sector that we care and that we are investing in them, because they bring investment into our city. They create a vibrancy, and I know some of my best memories are from shows that I've seen. And many of you, if you stop to think of some of the really good times you've had in your life, some of those will be a show you've seen, a place you've sang at, something you've heard. And arts is, whether we realise it or not, a big part of our life, and it does change lives. Historically, I'll just say, like, theatre was used to be quite political, actually, and if there was dictators in place, they didn't want theatre practitioners to be speaking, and they'd shut them down. It was the theatre practitioners that often got shut down first. I don't think we want to be like that. We want to be a council that supports arts, supports theatre, and supports people to be able to have the local voice of the people. Please support this motion.
We'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker? Aye. Councillor Benson-Pope? Oh. Absent, missed that. Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert?
No.
Councillor Houlihan? Aye. Councillor Fiso? Aye. Councillor Lucas?
No.
Councillor Mayhem?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Walker?
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall?
Aye.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Mayor Raddick?
No.
Carried 9-3.
Two missing. 9, 3, 12. Oh, 12. That's right. Very good. Next. Yep. Very good. Next item. Which is Te Whare o Rokotia. And are there any questions for this?
I have a question.
Yes, question. Oh, sorry.
So, do we have someone to answer the questions? I just wanted to be reminded how the amount compares with the ask, and also how it compares with what went before. Maybe it was a year ago. So if you could just give us a reminder rundown.
Glasses and no glasses. So this is for Te Whare o Rokotia. DCC has never provided operational funding for Te Whare o Rokotia. or it's for fringe occupancy of Te Whare Orokatea. They provide peppercorn rent, but no funding specified for the management or running of Te Whare Orokatea as a venue. They do get other funding for projects like the festival. They get a small amount of city service funding and very small amounts of project funding for projects that they run like AMPT or the New Zealand Young Writers Festival. They also receive peppercorn rent for 10 George Street. But if you're looking at grants funding last year, it was in the vicinity of 70 without my glasses, 72,000.
Thank you. I'm just having trouble doing the comparison, and I can see other colleagues might be too. Just trying to get a comparison. What will this mean compared with what they've had before?
Well, previously they've had no funding from DCC, or last year they had no CNZ funding either because that finished. So they last year there was no funding to run Te Whare Orokatea at all, no operational funding.
I'm thinking about the year before that. Sorry to belabour the point, but I'm just racking my brains about the year before.
I should be able to find that because I've got last year's report here. Just give me a moment. So if you're looking at the DCC contribution, I only have it over 2 years. So from 2021 to 2023, they received rent rebates for the Te Whare Orokatea space on Princess Street, the George Street space. They received some project funding for a capability grant. They received $20,000 through a city service grant, which goes towards supporting general staffing. And it looks like I'm looking at the money that they had from a range of other grants that included CNZ, which was Ngā Toiarohe grant, which was COVID money, some funding from the Community Trust, but that was a mix of capital expenditure, operational costs, artist residencies and community curators. So in general, I know that if we look at the last 23, 24 and 24, 25 year, there's been very little operational funding.
And likely to get CNZ funding, do you know?
I can't say that.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just leading on from the previous councillor, and I would obviously looking rather perplexed as I am. So this 97,768 was in the previous motion, obviously didn't just drop out the sky, it came from somewhere and it's now moved to 50. So in terms of that 97 was for something, what are the consequences of a deficit, in essence, if this was to go through of 47,768? Operationally, what's the consequences of that?
I would say that would be something that would be something Fringe would have to answer, because the numbers that Fringe gave us, the 97,000 came from them.
So, sorry, yep, good, no go.
If it's helpful, I think in their submission to the 9-year plan, they do give us a budget breakdown, which is how they arrive at the 97,000. I think their expenses they forecast as being 123,000, and they're forecasting a $25,000 income, which gives them the 97 shortfall, which was their original grant request. They give us a budget breakdown, so I guess to start speculating as to what it might mean for them, you know, in terms of the big ticket items, they've got $38,000 for marketing, they've got $23,000 for depreciation, and $30,000 for production and operational expenses.
I'm aware of that, and that's part of the reason I asked the question. So, with the leave of the chair, am I allowed to pose the same question to the mover and seconder? Because 50 seems a very convenient number, and that 47 768 must have a consequence. Have they talked about that? Can one of you answer?
Yes, absolutely. Why would we fund depreciation, and 38,000 for marketing seems very high.
Well, that is the answer.
Yeah.
Right, that is the answer.
They
So
only need 30,000 to operate.
yeah, so there we go. Next question, Councillor Barker. And
I just wanted to go back to the, sorry, which piece of paper do I have that one on, to the, when it was set up. So was that a special thing that Creative New Zealand did? That was basically COVID funding to set something up, and I see there was $195,000 that CNZ gave, and the council itself put in $150,000 for capex for those two buildings. And I just wondered, did CNZ ever look at supplying operational funding? I can't understand why they do that and they're not.
It was only for a pilot. Sorry, and just through the chair, it was also initially the proposal was that it was a stopgap while decisions were made about the future of professional theatre.
okay, Councillor Lafiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Tēnā korua. Aroha mai for the left fieldness of this question, but I know that this is up here, but if we were not of a mind to grant this for operational funding, te whare o Rukutia would still be used. Or open to be used by other.
There is the issue of the assets that are in there currently, all the seating, the stage, all the tech that's in there. So I believe that in their submission, the Fringe Arts Trust said that they have a couple of options, one of which is to lease that back to anybody who took over the management of the space, or to sell it to anybody who wanted to manage the space.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Just a generic question, maybe to you, Cam. In your experience, would you consider for any creative venue stroke organisation that a marketing budget is quite an important thing? Just generally.
Yeah.
Second question is more important here, and I'm no fan, Mr Mayor, of messy, scrambled motions, but I'm a little bit perplexed that the name of the mover of this motion has said nothing and seems against the value of the motion. No, I think it's really important. The mover of this motion does not support this motion, and I'm trying to ascertain why it's sitting here. Otherwise, we need another mover for this motion. I mean, this is a messy, embarrassing motion in the context of...
Councillor,
I'm not putting on your...
Councillor, I don't think that's appropriate. You've got a motion before you. It's not up to you to be making value judgments about the motions. You can speak to it, you can ask questions about it, and then you can vote on it. That's it.
Can I ask the mover of the motion what are the consequences of removing $47,768 from your motion that you put? No, I'm asking the mover. You just asked me to ask a question. I'm asking it.
You asked the question and the seconder of the motion replied.
I'm asking the mover.
Oh, look, no.
What?
Yeah, it's just you've had an answer. The question's been asked and answered. We'll leave it there. Now, are there any more questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Is this funding motion a continuation of the ideas that were put forward in the Memorandum of Understanding that Te Whare o Rukutia would need to be funded to support professional theatre during the period while we're waiting for the right? And am I right in assuming that is what this motion is effectively around? And that's what it's about, isn't it? Thank you. And the cost to operate is 30,000.
Radio. I think we've covered all the questions. I don't have any more. There we go. Thank you. Now, Councillor, do you want to speak to speak to your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, initially the motion was put as 100k a year for 5 years, with the intention solely that the Te Whare Rakitia is a space that people can use in the interim until we've got a professional theatre. However, it became evident that I had numerous people come to me saying they didn't support that amount of money, so that's why it is reduced to 50 to get this through. I'd rather get them some money than nothing. So if you can support this, it is so that we have the area called Te Whare Rakitia, which is also in the Octagon, that's run through at the moment, managed by the Fringe Trust, and it's so that we have an area there that has that people can use in the interim until we get a professional theatre. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The way I see this is that the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust is basically walking away from Te Whare, wanting more money, which from what I see is predominantly for another wage, to do exactly what they were doing before within the resources council previously generously supplied and still is. Fringe should consider DC support and basically not bite off the council hand that feeds them. Although I support Te Whare, I cannot support the lack of support shown from Fringe. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Right. I'll just speak to this briefly, and that I do support this motion, and I think Te Whare is a significantly well patronised venue right in the middle of town, and it's operating now, and I think it's best that it continues to operate. As Councillor Mayhem have said, she doesn't think that we should be should be funding marketing. And I actually agree with that, because they're marketing to run an event at no cost. I mean, there's no income. They're not marketing to defray expenses. They're only bringing in $20,000, which is pretty minimal when their costs are over 100. So they're certainly not doing it as a profit-making exercise to even try and run the thing in the black. So what's the point of spending money on marketing when all of the proceeds of the events go to the event performers? So the event performers are the ones that can do the marketing, because they get to keep all of the income from the events. And so I think because what Te Whare, the Fringe Arts Trust and Te Whare o Rokatia people do is simply provide that venue and some gear and so forth, so that people can come and put on a show at minimal cost, which is a laudable thing in its own right. But if they want to increase the audience and get more income, then they can do it. Any other speakers? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I'm with Councillor Witherall on this. As I've said previously around this table, I don't, in terms of the so-called arts ecosystem, I'm aware of the Fringe Trust's competition with Māori and Pasifika artists and collectives, so for national funding. So I don't really support the Fringe Trust in this instance.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And your comments, Mr. Mayor, that event performers can do all the marketing can only ever come from somebody who doesn't perform.
True.
In terms of...
Point of order.
Order, the disrespect.
Disrespect. Okay, it's been...
Sorry, in terms of my question around that I asked and wasn't allowed to be put around the reduction from 97 to 50 was actually ultimately answered ably by the mover by simply saying it was reduced to get it through. So it was if it had been gone, I got the answer, and that's a fair enough answer. So.
Any other comments? Councillor Mayhem.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate that when we looked at the budget, only 30,000 was required for operations. I think it's really important that the theatre continues, because as it's been pointed out to us in the complexity of all of the theatre networks within the city, this one needs to stay open. in the interim while we are looking at a purpose-built theatre space. This is as close to a black box as the new Athenaeum Theatre is, and it's right here, it's in the Octagon, it's well utilised, it's the venue for our Amped music project and for the Young Writers Festival, as well as Fringe, it's a meeting space, so many other wonderful things. We reduced the figure there simply because we've been asking for a lot of money for theatre practitioners today, and if we were just going to crunch what it would take to keep Te Whare going, we thought 50,000 was a good amount of money. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I will support this. I'm very aware that Fringe has an over $700,000 budget, including council gives around $150,000 worth of free rent to the places on George Street and Princess Street, but they also do act as an umbrella for other groups, and I do respect that. However, CNZ and ourselves are just adding up the amount that's already gone into Whare Ōrākatū to make sure that there is a performing arts space to tide us over, and I'm just going to quickly 2-4. So we're looking maybe $600,000. That's around some that has already gone into setting up Te Whare Ōrākatū, and really this is the most practical option. I didn't support the marketing money going in there. I thought asking for depreciation was a bit challenging, quite frankly, and having had a look at those figures, I feel that 50,000 is still relatively generous to keep it going, given especially that quite a number of the that Fringe uses it for their own events. So I think this is a compromise that I am satisfied with in the meantime to keep Te Whare Ōrākatū going.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. If the previous item was referred to as in terms of the beating heart, this to me is life support, and we do need some form of life support, which is why I'm happy to support this. I've never made it any form of secret my concerns over DFAT's running of it, and I share some of the concerns, although not for the same reasons as Councillor Laufiso, but that is not for this discussion. However, I do, not to belabour the point, I look forward to the OTAP as things will hopefully come out of that.
Councillor Gary.
No, all of these acronyms, and quite frankly I got to the point where had I spoken or had I not, so I must not have spoken because the Mayor's given me an opportunity to do so. I will support this. I am a little concerned about all the little snippets of information that are coming from here, there and everywhere. What I would take you back to is reminding you that Te Whare was set up as an interim measure until we got a performing arts venue decided upon. And it is us that has not made the decision. And that's why this continues to be important. And I know, because I checked with them, that the core of the performing arts group that has produced the statement of intent sees this as an interim measure, and we need to make sure it Te Whare continues to be effective. And whatever doubts you might have from here, there and everywhere, we do need to continue to support it. And the thing that I remember from actually annual plan last year was when a number of young people came to speak about the importance of Te Whare as a venue and with Fringe running it, in terms of their development of their careers in directing, as a technician, and in acting, and that really struck me. They were particularly articulate. So that, again, this is all part of the ecosystem, but let's remember why it was established and support this as part of the whole. Really important to remember that. So this fits with the request from the performing arts professionals who know, and wider group who know what they are talking about. So I'm very happy to support this, and I would urge you to do so as well.
Councillor O'Malley.
I'm good, thanks.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. In answer to Councillor Gary, a number of us have some extra information, I guess, because we sit on the grant subcommittee and we see Dunedin Fringe applying for a number of grants, so we have probably more information, and that's probably come through in a number of the speeches. And I too remember last year's annual plan, but for a different reason from you. And I guess I felt cross about what I, in my words, perceive as the misinformation that it was council who was closing Te Whare, which it was not council who was closing Te Whare. And I remember the way that which we were spoken to by some members of the Fringe, and I too have concerns about the running of the venue. But I will reluctantly support this because I see it in the wider thing, and the significant investment that has already been made into Te Whare, and just for it to sit there then not to be used, I think becomes very short-sighted. But yeah, I will reluctantly support this.
Okay, back to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who's made comments. I agree with everything everybody said around there. And what I would say on that is that the venue itself is actually a venue for hire. So you're correct when you say, actually, in my opinion anyway, that if you hire a venue for hire for, say, to put on a show, you can do your own marketing. So those organisations will come in and can market themselves. I mean, there's not many organisations that come in and can get all the marketing package and all sorts. Some offer a bit, but, you know, I mean, we're talking about a place where they get this, that people can use, and this is the advantage of this. It is a community asset. Because we're putting in this funding, they will be able to hire this for a very cheap price. So it's not a lot of expense for the people who use it, but it does give a space. Particularly my interest in it is for emerging theatre practitioners. It's once again a good space for them to break their teeth and have a good try out new things, be innovative. So, yeah, get to see some shows. Thank you. Please support this motion.
Thank you. We'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker?
Aye.
Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Fiso? Councillor Lucas?
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem?
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Walker?
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall?
No.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Mayor Raddick?
Aye.
Motion carried 10-2.
Okay. Motion final. The Mayfair Theatre.
I just need to check if we have a mover and a seconder.
I haven't been advised.
No, I haven't either, so.
Do we have any enthusiasm around the room? I don't see it. All right. We'll leave that one. And therefore, yep, it's not even that. Okay, so now we've covered all the everything that we had for performing arts. So I think we've covered off item number 15 at 2:30, 2:35. So it looks like we might need to come back on Friday in order to get through everything at this current rate of progress, so just be warned. We'll move on to the next thing.
Sorry, just on that, is there an option, I know people may have commitments, to stay a bit later tomorrow if needs be?
Yeah, well, we need to be finished, so we'll just have to stay as late as it takes us, but who knows when that might be. So, and, as long as we've got a quorum, we'll go till we're finished. But I just give you the warning, because we're now at 2:30 and we've got, got quite a few items to go. 13, 15, we're about halfway through the program. So, about halfway. So, yes, we're going, so the next item we'll do is the grants review, item 19, then we'll go back to 17, funding requests. That's the plan. So, and I'd like just at this point, I'd also like to commend Councillor O'Malley for withdrawing his speech in order to keep things slightly briefer. Anyway, grants review. Do we have someone to the chair? Who's going to speak to that? I'm just looking for the page.
Mr. Mayor?
Grants review, sorry, Ms. Allen and Ms. Fraser.
Yes. I'm obviously going to sit back from rates relief. So advice from the CEO, do I step back from the whole item?
A question for the CEO.
Yeah. I take a golf club as rates relief.
So Ms. Allen and Ms. Fraser are coming, and it says here.
Just for the rates relief.
Thank you.
All right.
And same to you, Councillor Mayhew.
So there's a suggestion that you'll speak to the report. Do you have any opening comments? Or should we go straight to questions?
Straight to questions, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Okay, so
I have a very
Chief has
quick.
something.
The reason, councillors, that you are considering this paper now is because your approach to rates relief may help inform what you then do with grants.
Yes.
I note a couple of councillors are sitting back, and I just asked why, and of course the list on page 281, all of colleagues might want to look at it. Oh, so others maybe.
Staff went through the list and compared it with the councillors' register of interests, and any that matched, we have spoken to councillors and provided advice. There were only 2 of you. We did that in advance because had there been a body of you, we would have gotten advice from the Auditor General. But that's not, it's, yeah.
Okay. So, do we have any questions? Councillor Barker.
Page 271, number 21, where it just talks about rates relief is generally currently granted to approved recipients for a 3-year period, which I assume aligns with the LTP. And then it says it's recommended that rates relief applications are considered annually to align with our council's budget processes. But I just wondered if it's creating more work, as in doing it once every 3 years would possibly be easier, or am I over-conflating the work required to do the work?
Well, if I could just add to that first. The trouble with the 3 years is that you're locking council into these amounts and we don't know the amounts. So if we have a rate increase of 17% and we've committed those rate relief grants the year before, then the budget's short. Yet we've given, yes.
Okay. Further questions? Councillor Fiso.
Nā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā kōrua. Just a random question in terms of following up on Councillor Barker's question. If we were to get a new thingamajiggy, grants management system, that workload would be, having to do it every year would be more easily managed?
Kia ora, Councillor. We have looked at several grant systems, and while some of them, or they would improve some of the administration, there's nothing that has been identified as perfect. But yes, there is an awful lot of resources put into assessing grants every year.
And just in terms of the table that we were sent in terms of making recommendations, I just have a curiosity about Prisoners Aid Relief Society. Is that a government-funded agency? Why is the rates relief being recommended as reducing that to 25%. Is it? Did I read that correctly?
I don't have it right in front of me, but I guess my comment would be that the sort of rough estimate on what the grants might be was very kind of non-scientific and back of the envelope. So any figures on there are kind of indicative, but definitely haven't been tested or checked yet.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just to check that there's been no rates relief granted in this financial year. We haven't actually, because I know it's done retrospectively, we send out the invoices and then they get their rates relief. So they haven't actually received the 24-25 rates relief. I'm not sure if I'm looking at Nicola or...
So my understanding is the current recipients who'd already applied have still received it for the 24-25 financial year, but there haven't been any applications received for the the upcoming financial year.
Sorry, and we've communicated, haven't we, with the current rates relief recipients that we're reviewing that, because there's a little nervousness in terms of especially those organisations who receive a significant amount. I'm talking like tens of thousands of dollars in rates relief. If they suddenly drop to zero, just their planning. But
Microphone.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor. Yes, we put the rates relief application forms on hold last year while we went through some of them are allocated for a 3-year term. So all of the people that were in receipt of rates relief have been on notice that it is under review. So they should be aware.
Okay.
Another question, sorry.
Yes.
As part of the resolution is about deciding which committee or subcommittee that is most appropriate to review the rates relief grant recipients. Do you have a view whether it be finance maybe, or where would you think that would sit? Grant? I don't know.
So this is a tricky thing because we can't assume a committee structure at all. And so it may need to even go to council, I don't know. But on the current committee structure, finance maybe, because it's a rates relief thing. But post-October, all of these things will have to be reviewed.
I was thinking finance or it's similar, because in the past there has been a similar committee, may not have been called finance, but has those similar delegations.
But again, it depends entirely on the committee structure we have in place post-October.
Any other questions?
Oh, sorry. So, but we need, because it would have to be decided within the next 3 months, we would need direction for a committee for the next 3 months. Would that be correct? So we can make a decision now. But I know it's good. But we can make a decision now. We just say finance committee because it's going to be meeting after June.
Yes, correct. But if there was a reason like this for it to meet, we would schedule a meeting if there isn't one, for whatever committee you determine.
Okay. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. While we're on grants review, the grants review group that is currently reviewing the grants, I'm just curious, how often is it meeting and how far along the process are we?
I'll answer that as the chair. We've had 4 meetings with staff and elected members, and we've had 4 elected members only meetings. The last of that being December the 6th last year. And at the recent grants subcommittee meeting, we committed to a workshop between elected members, all members of the grants subcommittee, including the community and external members and mana whenua members of the grants subcommittee.
Okay. Are there any other questions? I see none. Thank you. Okay, so Deputy Mayor Lucas has indicated a willingness to move. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Barker, would would you like to speak to it, please?
Yes, and for C, I'll put Finance Committee, I think, in there, listening to the advice. This is obviously a very challenging area of work, and I appreciate the work that the staff have done by this, and by particularly pulling the rates relief grants out of the bigger grants review package. In some ways it's almost easier to do it in chunk size, because it is definitely testing the minds of everybody involved in the grants review. And I think historically, I think some organisations have received rates relief. Maybe it's because who they knew or whatever, and they got it because they've always got it. And I think to put a robust criteria in place to make sure that the system is fair and equitable, I think is a great idea. And it's timely that we looked at this. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I totally support this as someone on the grants subcommittee, a part of the review process. It's actually been really, really difficult in some ways to dig out how much groups are receiving in both grants and rates relief. So this will actually add some transparency to the process, and also that if it comes to the Finance Committee, that all of the councillors will be able to see that, because it is useful to be aware of which groups and organisations are getting grants and rates relief, etc., especially when they come to council during the annual funding process.
Okay. Councillor O'Malley.
Just to follow up on that speech from Councillor Barker, it's something that came up like 7 or 8 years ago. Effectively, something like a unique identifier for a group, so you can actually see what all the grants they're getting from is, because sometimes it's very hard to pin together exactly what a group is getting, and they don't always come forthcoming with everything they're getting when they come in front of you.
All right. Thank you. We've covered all the speakers. Anything further to say?
Can I just ask if I've got the wording correct for the Finance Committee delegation, please?
So can I just have 2 minutes? I just need to check that, because I don't think D is right. So can we just have an adjournment for 2 minutes?
Yep. I move we adjourn for 2 minutes. Seconded. Councillor Fiso. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, so we've got the finalised motion on the screen. Everyone happy? They've all had a read of that. So we've spoken. We'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. That was easy. Number 17, funding requests.
So, Sharon, have you got the list? You bring it to me.
What about? So could we have those question answerers to the chair, or they've just answered them from where you're sitting?
So what questions are we answering?
I don't know.
Well, no, I think it'd be useful first to agree a process, Mr Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
So if I could be so bold, councillors. I'm just waiting for Sharon to get me. Okay, so bear with, we've got the list. No, bear with. Just the favourite one. Just the favourite one. Bear with what I was supplying. I'll get to the dream brokerage in a minute. So. Why have you got? There we are. So this is
303. Yep.
So.
Emails arrived.
So these are in. So when we say amount to be determined, that means we have had multiple requests for payment, multiple options for payment. So, if I might, Mr Mayor, you've got the list. What I would suggest, councillors, as a way forward, is we do what we did similarly to the amenity requests. We work through the schedule that is attached to the report, page by page, and when we get to a line item that relates to one of the resolutions that has been proposed, that gets raised as part of that item. It seems the most a logical way of doing it.
I still have that question, I guess, about the knowledge about which ones have already applied for funds through the grants process. So how are we going to address that?
Because some of them could be transferred to grants or come out of the grants.
But the challenge is that possibly only I, because I looked them up, know that some of those are in the pipeline. I feel like this is kind of going around the process by coming to the long-term plan. When
I guess that will be for councillors to speak to. Do we have any advice, Nicola? Have we got a list of grants in the background that have been applied for as part of the next round of funding?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch loaded.
I guess from a process point of view, people are invited to make submissions to the council's 9-year plan for funding. That is part of the process because it's a budget round. So they have done what the process enables. So you need to consider it in that light.
Yep. Question, Councillor Walcott.
So just probably to Sophie, can I clarify? So what you're basically saying is you're cognizant of the fact that some people have put in funding applications to this, and in some way, because some of the applicants here don't have that opportunity to go to that process, or is it just that they're double dipping?
I guess it's that the processes are overlapping, and there's one in there that it's already got a staff recommended option in it, because there's a fund for that specific thing, and then they come to council itself for an amount of money. This is why it's really quite difficult. I was going to suggest because it's messy.
Right. Well, yes, we've got. Can we just be quiet once? Some questions, Councillor Gary. We've got a few by the look of it.
My concern is that we invited people to bring submissions, and we also made it known that there was leftover grant funding, and invited people, and of course that's going to be oversubscribed. And some of these grants, or some of these requests are way beyond what they would ever get, and because of a magnitude and around an asset or whatever it might be, that they're never going to get through the grants funding. And keeping in mind also, and I'm no longer on the grants subcommittee, so I don't know the answer to this, but I am aware that some of the grants that organisations apply to allow them to apply that to certain things like salaries or whatever, which is not easily applied to many grants, many funding organisations. So there are certain grants, the criteria for grants, I'm not explaining this very well, I'm tired, have criteria associated with them. So I don't see it necessarily as double dipping. And by the way, those grants applications haven't been decided. What we've got to do is decide what we've got in front of us, and we invited people to make submissions. So we've got to weigh it up, and I don't know where the grants review is going to land because I haven't been involved in it, but we've got stuff in front of us. So that's my penny's worth.
And I'll just come back to that, because if we allocate them to the grants, because they're close to, some of them are already in the grants, then they come out of that's already budgeted and is unallocated money. And whereas if we're just going to add this onto rates, it is quite a substantial amount of money.
Mr Mayor, I think it's probably really timely to take an adjournment now, with the leave of the meeting.
Okay, so I move we adjourn for a few minutes. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All in favour, say aye.
Could I suggest more than a few minutes, Mr Mayor?
Yes.
Could I suggest that you bring an afternoon tea, and I think 3:45, and that way we'll print out this list and well, I suspect
it's aimed for 3:30, but we'll go longer if we have to.
I think need to be prints outs done.
Can I just ask one question, please? And I'll just use one of the examples here. So, Townbout Kaitiaki number D approved funding of 50,000. I know they're already getting 32,000. So
that's right.
So that's not it should be an additional 18,000. I mean, and I know there's some others. I mean, I'm just using that as an example. So that makes it confusing because
that's what I think with that one as well. But there's a range of them, so we need to check the understanding. But have we adjourned? Yes.
Yes, we're adjourned. We adjourned.
So the cameras are off.
Press is not listening. I just firstly consider the first grouping, namely 1, 2, 3, and what we have. The only one that we have is 100,000 over the period for Dunedin Wildlife Hospital. Come back? Yes. Oh, so we're open the meeting now. Yeah, we're back in the meeting. So of those three, we have 100,000 for Dunedin Wildlife Hospital as asked for in those 3 years. Sorry? Yes, I'd like to move that.
So hang on a second. So councillors, we are going to the schedule. No.
we're now on the schedule.
You're going to the schedule, going
Now on
through
the actual
in
schedule,
order.
page 261.
So the Broadway Boating Club is the first one. But no one is moving that because Councillor Benson Pope isn't here. Oh, someone is? Fine. Oh, good. So we do have someone has moved the Broadway Boating Club. We have a resolution for that, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Oh, yes, so, correct. Golly. Okay, so Broad Bay doesn't say who. Does someone want to move Broad Bay Boating Club? Yes. Councillor Fisso. Is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Mayhem.
You got that, Jenny?
Yep. Should we go straight to the vote? Do we need to speak to it? Yes, speak to it.
I'm pleased to move this, that we, as put on the wee piece of paper, I would like to move that we approve funding of 62,800 for the Broad Bay Boating Club in the 25-26 year to complete stage 1 of their rebuild project. And the reasons that and also there is a second part, and I am open to I'm open to rewording this or amending this, but I just put it in for the purposes of discussion. Invest funding of $150,000 so that the club attracts other funding towards completion of the entire rebuild project, which is at $800,000. As per their request that we grant or approve that kind of ask so that they can complete the whole project over the course of the 9-year plan. And the reason that I'm pleased to support this is that it is a planned multifunctional community facility, and also it's particularly important for the younger generation from the local schools, and Sailability Otago, which is a project that is really focused on improving access of people with disabilities to boating and other opportunities associated with the club. And the Broad Bay Boating Club has approached us, I think, since 2015. They have had no support from us as such, and that's why I'm trying to ensure that it goes into this round.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Councillor Mayhem.
Is it Councillor Mayhem has seconded it? I thought you were going to speak. No. Does someone want to speak? Any other speakers? Okay. Councillor O'Malley.
It was my recollection that the Broad Bay Boating Club had come before to long-term plans and was sent back towards the Grants Committee for funding, but I may be wrong on that.
All right.
Mr Mayor, could I ask a question that is the second part of the resolution, year 2, as per the request? Thank you.
Yep. All right.
Just put in year 2 as yeah.
Okay. I'll just put the motion. And that being the case, all those in favour say aye. Against? No. We better do division. Golly.
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Gary's withdrawn. Councillor Gilbert?
No.
Councillor Houlihan?
No, sorry.
Councillor Fiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lucas?
No.
Councillor Mayhem?
Aye.
Councillor Malley?
No.
Councillor Walker? Sorry?
No.
Councillor Weatherall?
Sorry, no.
Councillor Wiley?
No.
Oops, wrong one. Councillor Mayor Raddick?
No. Okay, so motion failed. Next one is the Dunedin Wildlife Hospital. I move the council grants 100,000 to the continued deployment of Dr. Aguilar, and yes, Councillor Councillor Walker's sitting back, and we fund that for 3 years. So seconded Councillor Mayhem, and in speaking to this, you know, we are the wildlife capital of the world, and we do have a lot of sick critters, especially yellow-eyed penguins, but we do get a lot of publicity from this hospital, and including in the weeks leading up to this vote. So, when anyone else, Councillor Wiley.
I had quite a nice speech prepared, so I'll use some of it.
Yes.
The Dunedin City Council has funded the Wildlife Hospital at the amount of $75,000 per annum for the last several years. This motion is about increasing the funding from $75,000 to $100,000 per annum, an extra $25,000 per annum. As we all know, Dunedin Wildlife Hospital delivers a strong environmental, economic, educational and reputational benefits to our city. This strengthens our city's reputation as New Zealand's wildlife capital. We know that the Wildlife Hospital is critical for our native species, especially the endangered ones like hoihoi, kaka, keruru and sea lions. The other benefits are around our city's ecotourism industry, aligning with our city's work around the environment, sustainability and conservation goals. Having the wildlife as part of our educational offerings is huge. The work that Dr. Lisa Agala and her team are doing is world famous, and continuing to support their work is vital for our city's story. Just look at the local, national and international media that rave about the work that is happening in Dunedin. The media exposure alone is worth dramatically more than the extra $25,000 per annum. Back to the benefits, the hospital works with researchers and conservation agencies, enhancing its impact and value. It is great having the Dunedin Wildlife City in our hospital. It is great having the Dunedin Wildlife Hospital in our city, as it does boost Dunedin's image as a global leader in wildlife care and sustainability.
I'll put the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next, we have Waikawaiti Coast Community Board want 10K for a community trial. I have no motion.
It's not a motion. I'm just saying that I am actually addressing this from the INSCOM committee in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay.
Okay.
So we don't have to worry about it now?
No.
Okay. Yep, so I'll just go, no motion. Next, number 4, funding support for mural funding and other stuff. We have no motion. You're sitting back. I have no motion. Thank you. We'll move on. The Valley Project. Continuation of place-based annual increases. We have no motion. Thank you.
There was one from Councillor Benson Pope, but he is at a hospital appointment, so.
That's right. Dunedin Budget Advisory Service. We have no motion. South Dunedin Community Network. We have no motion. Joint submission from place-based groups. We have no motion. Dunedin DSO. Now, we did discuss the DSO, and that is being taken care of in grants, I believe. So I don't know that we can speak to that at this point. No, grants. Were you in grants? No. All right. So I'm told it's been taken care of in grants. Can anyone say anything without, or anything non?
I guess the challenge that we have, those of us sitting on the grant subcommittee, we can see those grants applications that are sitting there waiting for us to meet in June, and we can see that there's an application from the DSO, so it's a tricky one, and I know they're wanting additional funding. It's a tricky position, I think.
The problem for the rest of us is that we don't have all the information.
I know.
what I would say then, general advice to councillors, you are free to move anything at all as part of this process, and then councillors will consider accordingly.
Okay, so we have a motion. What are you moving?
I'll move the 136.
Okay, seconded Councillor Gary, is that right? Okay. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
I will speak to it. The DSO put on numerous concerts, and they get very good attendance to all those concerts, but they are hindered by costs, mainly due to the costs of our venues. Our venues are amazing, they love them and they want to use them, and they almost fill them every time, like they get really good attendance. However, because they have to, because of the cost of them, and they have to take them for 2 days in a row, because they do a rehearsal and then they have the event, that they have huge costs with that, and so this amount they're asking for will help cover some of those costs. And they, as obviously an organisation that doesn't make huge amounts of money, they have regular costs of just maintaining the small number of staff they've got and everything. But the DSO is quite a large organisation with a very strong following, I would say, in Dunedin, actually, given the numbers that attend their events. So they're also a very big part of our Aratoi strategy and a cultural asset to our city. So I support this. Please support it as well.
Councillor Gary?
I have a number of things I'm puzzled about. One is that we don't all have the same information. That's problematic. And the second is that I'm sure I read somewhere, but I can't find it, a thought that, and it's been sort of simmering away for some time, that the money be ring-fenced, as the museum money has been. This is a core cultural organisation in our city, and one of the challenges that it has and has brought to our attention for a long time, and when I was chair of the Creative Dunedin Partnership, we got this message from not only the Symphony Orchestra but a number of other groups who find the town hall a wonderful venue. It is a primo town hall in terms of acoustics and all of those things. And for the likes of I think it was called the Organ Society and other organisations, excuse me, it's particularly appropriate from an acoustic perspective. There are huge issues around booking. We've heard those articulated to us. We have not solved those yet. The system we have, which comes from DVML needing to be commercial, which we have asked them to be. Now, I know that CEO Paul Dorton is working on that. I know we're working on it in different ways, but we haven't solved that yet. And so when they're booking the likes of international conductors, this is really problematic. And they have worked really hard to be more inclusive in a whole lot of different ways. And I think of some of the memorable concerts that I've attended, and I still remember just recently Councillor Wiley telling me he danced at the ABBA concert. I'm still trying to take that one in. But that is good. And Andrew has been, Councillor Wiley's been really upfront and said, it's not something he normally goes to. And so they really have tried to be more inclusive with the audiences. And one of my memorable attendances was when, and her name eludes me, Dame composer, someone will help me, Naitahu, Gillian Whitehead, thank you, Dame Gillian Whitehead, a particular piece she composed was put on, and the other one was Manawanui and having the little people dancing with their families. It was brilliant. So they I believe, should be funded.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I have the advantage of sitting on the grant subcommittee, and I've seen the application that I think is being decided very soon. I know that the DSO got $106,000 last year from the what is that fund called? The City Service and City Project Grants. I do love the DSO, by the way. We went to the Concerto finalists, gosh, was that last week or the week before, and it was amazing. So I totally appreciate their work. However, given the amount of requests that we've had through this process and the fact that unlike most of these requests, they actually have another avenue for funding, leads me to not support this. We're also looking at the grants review, and a part of that we've talked about perhaps having service level agreements for 3 years for some core groups, and I think that will help to solve this problem. And we're also in the middle of the Dunedin venues review, which has highlighted some of these issues around some of these groups at access here. So I think that this will be sorted out. They've already got a grant application in, so I think that given the pressure on everything else, I won't be supporting this one.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I echo Councillor Barker's sentiments, and I think I'm very challenged about this because I absolutely want to support the DSO. And I think in time, as I hope, as part of the grants review, that this actually becomes a line item, because I think it's a part of our core city infrastructure, I guess, to use a word, and it needs to be addressed. But I think the timing of the grants review and the timing of the review in terms of the whole DVML is probably unfortunate for the DSO. And I guess it's the quantum of the number that I have an issue with, and knowing that they have the ability to apply under other avenues. And I'm just challenged with the timing of this.
Okay, so the short version is they've got an application in another avenue, so there's no need for this. Anyone else want to speak to it? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to thank the mover and the seconder. Yes, they do apply to the grant subcommittee. However, that is, the grant subcommittee applications are always oversubscribed, and I think we have to realise that our grants funding generally has not been increased to keep pace with inflation. So the DSO has been consistent. There used to be a line in the annual plan, So, and then we shoved them off into the grant subcommittee pool, whatever, to try and phase organisations who apply through this process. However, we invited residents and organisations to apply for this $272,000, and the DSO has been consistent and very clear about their needs and their asks, and I just want to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to say anything further, Councillor Houlihan? No.
I would just reinforce the comments from everybody who's spoken. I mean, they have come every single year and they've asked, and they're very, they have all their numbers, they know their stuff, they do a very professional job, and they have strong numbers. But the detriment of our costings, they're getting charged high rates, and the difficulty for the public that they may not realise is that we have a community grant or a community rate that people can get for using our facilities. However, if they take that, they then, if we get a commercial booking at that time, they have to get out. So as they've said numerous times, when they advertise for their event and they sometimes bring people in from overseas to sing or to conduct or for their performances, they can't just cancel the performance at the drop of a hat. So therefore they're bound to be paying the full price, and that puts a huge commitment on their organisation to pay the commercial costs. So I hope people can see it in them to support this, because Councillor Lafiso's right, and especially if we have the rates relief coming out of grants as well, there's not a lot of money in grants.
We'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Gary?
Yes.
Councillor Gilbert?
No.
Councillor Houlihan?
Yes.
Councillor Fiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lucas?
No.
Councillor Mayhem?
No.
Councillor O'Malley?
No.
Councillor Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Weatherall?
No.
Councillor Wiley?
No.
Mayor Raddick?
No.
Lost 8-4.
Item number 10, Mr Forbes from Zealand. I believe that's been covered already today, so we have no motion. Item number 11, Repertory Society. We have no motion. We've got that covered already. Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust, similarly, we've had a motion. That's already covered, so we have no motion in this round. Caro Data Management. Yes? No, there's no motion.
Okay, there is
no motion. So there's no motion for that. New Zealand Centre of Digital Excellence. So this one is on the list. So this is code funding, and the what we talked about, where am I? Yes, was 150, which would be, where is it? So 150 with a further 100 to come from ED. Yep. So, yes. Yep. So 150 from 26-27.
What was the second bit of that?
Yeah, they want 250.
So, just for clarity for me, so you're saying you're going to fund grant 150, and then is there a second part that you want the ED budgets to find 100,000?
Yes.
That will need to be captured in the motion because.
Yes, we'll amend the motion to suit.
Okay.
Whose motion is it? Mine. Okay, so can we write that up?
The key part is to actually just leave it as that, the 150. Yeah, leave it as that. Don't do the second part. Just leave it at that.
Okay. Radio. So, would you? Me. So it's got me on it, so I'll speak. Okay. So code is a very important part of the startup infrastructure of Dunedin, and we should all know now, we've heard it so many times, and the phenomenal success stories it has produced, and 26 businesses, and we are the centre of digital excellence for New Zealand. So this money is purely for the Dunedin part of it. So there's government funding for MB for the whole nationwide ecosystem, but this covers the Dunedin section. So to enable a prototype and a production grant each year, plus some events, meetups and capability work for the Dunedin crew. And there are quite a number of businesses and people involved in those businesses here in Dunedin, and that they are most certainly making a substantial contribution to jobs and income for Dunedin. And I think they're a vital part of retaining the brains that we train at the university to come here and work in those jobs. Anyone else got anything to say? Councillor Wiley seconded, yes, as per the sheet. But yes, Councillor Walker, yes.
Yeah, not much to add to what you say, other than just to give some real life experiences. And I'm sure I'm not alone in knowing a bunch of people who now live and raise families in this city on the back of code, and I think more importantly, who produce or generate economic wealth that accrues back to the city in frighteningly large amounts. If I could wind back 30 years, 40 years, so I'm looking at the youngest person in the room over there, Mr. Gilbert, I would probably enter the world of gaming. It is not only fascinating, exciting, but it's enriching for those people involved in it. But I don't think it should be overlooked how proud we should be as a city to have been the genesis of this thing that is growing exponentially and is the envy of other centres, and the economic value it generates and will continue to generate as we move forward. So I think this, amongst quite a few of the motions we're going to hear today, sort of goes into the no-brainer category in terms of, if you're looking at it purely as a generator of economic and well-being health for the community.
Councillor Gary.
Yeah, when I think back to before this started and then the work of ED to get it to a point where it became independent, it's a phenomenal bit of work. And I just come back to a comment I made earlier today around livability. If you recall when Tim Ponting came and presented, he was presenting on Te Awa Otako, but he talked about things that attract people to the city. And he talked about some people who had come, a particular person who had come from Sweden with code. And I know in my conversations with him, that it brings internationals here and people from around the country to the city. Again, makes it particularly attractive. And so we should always remember that, and adds economic benefit to the city. So it's a win-win. Other aspects of the city make it livable. People want to come here, and they particularly want to come here for code, and code makes it attractive. And it links in really well with our education focus. And we know education and tech are big earners for our city. They're the growth areas. So we need to be continuing to support this. We've already invested a lot of money in this, and we need to continue to do that to make sure that it thrives.
Councillor Wiley.
As much as I would have loved to have seen 250,000 added into our budget for this, I can live with 150, frustrating as it is. The key thing being is it is about the future of Dunedin. It's, some of the keys are, it diversifies our city economy. It basically brings talent and attracts talent and retains talent here in Dunedin. It boosts innovation and entrepreneurship. It's not only local, but it has a global impact, and we've seen that identified time and time again in different media stories. Social and cultural development, again, you look at the diversity of the people working within it, especially targeting Maori and Pacifica. Code creates really good pathways into the digital economy, digital literacy, etc. Long-term cost efficiency, basically it's low environmental impact, but it leverages it into our rest of our infrastructure. It's a benefit from the gig city aspect. But really, investing in the centre of digital excellence is not just a matter of economic development. It's a strategic move to future-proof Dunedin. It positions the city as a future-thinking, creative economy leader, ensuring local talent has meaningful opportunities and contributes to building a diverse, resilient economy. And thank you, Tim Ponting, for all the work you've done in this area.
Councillor O'Malley.
I think it's better I just keep my mouth quiet.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I know, sorry, it's been a long day. I'll talk really quickly. But I just want to say, yep, I 100% support this. Code is doing amazing things in our city and in our country and putting us on the world map. We're already on the map, but, even more. It's innovative, it's entrepreneurial, it's supporting startups as well. Ticks every box. I love it. Support it fully. Thanks.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. Sorry, 2 noes. Thank you. Thank you. Startup Dunedin. So Startup Dunedin, I've got 100. So yes, Councillor Wiley, you've got the. Yep. No, you can move it. Yep. I'll second.
I didn't build an elaborate speech around this one.
Excellent.
I think the key thing is when Rachel Butler came and presented to us, it sort of summed it all up. The amount of work that they're doing, the culture they've got down at the startup Dunedin is extremely strong. But the big thing here is this is additional money, and the summary says it all in the sense of how it is going to expand what they're doing. When you look at the people involved in it, and leadership, but also the student cohort and the people that are coming back to Dunedin and using startup and growing nurturing and growing businesses through it. Again, just feeds back into the code aspect, but also there's a lot of other initiatives there that just are right across the community. So I'll leave it at that.
Yep, it's not everything they've asked for, but it is what they've asked for to meet the need. So that's will enable them to meet demand. They would prefer to be expanding, and I would prefer them to be expanding, but within the limits of current feasibility, this is pretty straightforward. Any other speakers? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? No. 2. Okay. Carried. 2 against. Yep. So next, I'd like to uru, item 16. I have no motion. Next, predator-free Dunedin. Sitting back. We do have a motion to do that. It's funding 150 from 2026, and it doesn't say who, but yes, I'll put that up. This up, and it's seconded Councillor Gilbert. Approves funding of 150,000.
On the first page, Jenny. Yeah,
H.
Yellow box. Oh.
Yes. So that's the resolution, 150 from year 2. And in speaking to this, I mean, we only have to look at the peninsula. There's hardly any possums there left, down to one handful, maybe 2, 3, hardly any, which is amazing. And certainly I notice, having a lot of bush around my house, there's much fewer possums now. I've been trapping them steadily over the 20 years I've been there, but there are simply less to trap thanks to the efforts of predator-free right around the neighbourhood and right around the halo that exists around Orokonui Eco Sanctuary and all around our city. So they're doing a phenomenal job. It's tragic that it's an endless job, but it is what it is. You have to keep at them to keep them under control. But there are reports now of kaka in and around the city, spreading out from the Eco Sanctuary. So if we could, do it any better way, we would. But at least we need to keep this up, and especially to keep that peninsula free of the possums. Is anyone else? Yeah, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is something dear to my heart, and I just hold this up. It's the annual report from 2024 and the area covered by predator-free Dunedin. You're all aware of the work done, and Mr. Mayor's alluded to the number of possums left, for example, on the peninsula, the Otago Peninsula Biodiversity Group and the work they've done, and the other groups from Predator Free coming in to do the last mop up. There are 3 possums left on the peninsula. 3. Thankfully none on my property anymore, but I think in the last 10 one of them was there. A very wily possum. No offence, Councillor Wiley. But I know that what I have observed is the extraordinary work, professional work of predator-free staff. They've used technology in recent years. They've had some shooters, and they've also used dogs to get these last few. And it's extraordinary work, highly professional. And some of the staff did some really great work, were very, very prepared to do work and well kitted to do work during weather events. When we have weather events, they're very well kitted out in terms of their skills. So that's a little side hustle, if you like. I've always been really impressed by their professionalism. I know the number of volunteers that support their work is quite incredible, and we would be very foolish with the amount that has been invested in terms of volunteer hours and money to date to get to where we are now, to give up on this and take our foot off the pedal. So I'm very happy to support this. We need to continue this work. It's something that supports the way we promote our city. We promote it as wildlife capital of New Zealand, and I've certainly watched the bird life come back in the last since 1997. Extraordinary the difference it has made. It has been very obvious. The possums used to sit on my park benches and nip all the roses off. They'd strip the trees in one night of fruit. That doesn't happen anymore, but I love seeing the bird life, and particular bird life that I'd never seen before I've seen this year. So, and I'm trying to think of the name of the bird, Councillor Mayhem. Thank you. I saw a rifleman for the first time in my garden. That is just a joy. Tiny little birds. So happy to support and just acknowledge the extraordinary amount of work done and the professionalism of those doing it.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Dunedin Gymnastics Academy, we have no motion. Dunedin. No. A question? Yes. Go on. Ask the question.
Thank you. I know they've come before and asked us to look at a building, and I know we put a motion at one point that council staff would work with them to look for a suitable place. I'm just wondering what had happened with that. That was all. Is it just there?
I can just provide that. As per the funding request, they're going through the process of a sale and purchase on a building that's reasonably centrally located. So they've gone ahead and purchased one, well, almost completed a purchase.
Yeah.
Instead of asking for a big lump sum from us, they're asking for a smaller amount to help them cover the cost to get it through. Is that what?
They haven't bought the building yet.
Right. Thank you.
And the previous sale fell through. So, with a different building. So, next item, 19, Dunedin Tracks Network Trust. So, I move that we approve $50,000 each year for the 9-year plan. Do I have a seconder for that? Before a question, yep.
The motion I put was that, but also had a part B, which was to provide a letter of support to the trust. That was the motion so it was what you've said.
Yes.
And part B of the motion I sent through was to provide a letter of support to the trust to help support external applications for funding, which I presume won't be in any way contentious.
Do we need to put that in the motion also?
I prefer so,
Yes.
because that was one of their requests.
Yep. So we'll just include that in the motion right now. Okay, and I'll speak to it.
I'm happy to second it.
Yep, seconded Councillor Walker. And in speaking to this, I think, the critical thing, hopefully we've all heard about this, which is for the Tracks Network Trust, so that they can fill in lots of gaps and carry on with their great work of building gravel, off-road tracks in particular, and linking up various parts of Dunedin. So there's a whole bunch of them. There's a whole bunch of people and volunteers, and this is very much that in the manner that the council has supported around this table today and yesterday and the day before, where there's community groups with a bunch of volunteers getting out there and doing the mahi and getting things progressed. And I imagine that the vast majority of this money will go into materials, and the volunteer labour and donations of petrol and time will be added to the materials and give the community a great result and extend the network of tracks and trails all around the city. So there we go, Councillor O'Malley.
We don't have an SLA with this. Should we do service level agreements with these things? Well, that's the motion, and if we don't change it, then we'll be in speeches and we can't modify it at that point. So my question is, SLAs, should we have SLAs with these things?
Let's just provide a letter of support and an SLA for the trust. Is that all right or not? No? The motion's already been moved and seconded, but...
With the agreement of the meeting, you can amend it or you can add in an SLA, but it's a very different... An SLA is a very different thing than a letter.
Well, that's quite different. SLA goes with Part A, not Part B. It's really, we're giving you 50,000 to do what? Yeah. Or we're just giving you 50,000? Listen, I'm willing to leave it on this. It doesn't need to be changed on this, but I do think we put pockets of money out, and we don't really have any particular opinion on how it gets used other than some generic statement that we think you'll use it well, which I think they will use it well, but...
Yep. Councillor Walker, you want to say something?
Before I have my speech, because
Yes.
the reason I moved this was because I was going to explain in my moving motion what the 50k was for.
Yes.
So, well, it would have probably helped clarify some of the questions, but the mayor has superseded mine and moved it himself. So but I'll cross off some of it in my speech.
Right. Look, well, are we happy to go with this? Okay, we're going with this. I've already made a comment. Would Councillor Walker?
And I'll have to be quick here because I did prepare it assuming I had 10 minutes, but I'll luckily for you, I'll have to edit it. This motion, of course, responds to multiple submissions we've had over many years, and of course, recently during the 9-year plan from not only the Dunedin Trails Trust, but also support from Emily Cooper at the Coastal Community Cycle Connection Trust, and not forgetting some other groups who have supported it. They have correctly pointed out, and we all know there's glaring holes in the cycle network, both nationally but particularly adjacent to here in Dunedin. And to me, we are sort of some missing link, so I'm glad that we can hopefully proceed with this. It's clear, obviously, we don't have a bottomless pit of money, but we do need to fill these gaps. As we have heard from the Dunedin Trail Network Trust, their modus operandi is to connect Dunedin to the rest of the country, and particularly with the world-class stuff that's out there over in Central Otago. And as the Trust has proven, they can source funds from places that the DCC simply can't, charitable organisations, private funders, etc. And we need to look no further than Central Otago and Queenstown, where the Queenstown's Trust there has built 200 kilometres of trails over the last 10 years, investing $20 million, proving that sourcing funds from elsewhere works. And guess what? The return per annum from cycling tourism in Queenstown Lakes area is now 157 million a year, just a few million behind the ski industry in value, and it's growing. The Trust has told us, we'll have to take them on the word, that it is relatively straightforward to source funding for trail construction, but this can usually only happen once the project is shovel-ready. But to become shovel-ready, of course, they need to consult with the community, evaluate routes, prepare business cases, etc., and negotiate land access. And they've told us the preliminary work takes about 10 to 15% of the construction budget, and that's sort of what they're asking for here. So that's where we come in, and by committing a relatively small amount of the funding, we can open the way to significant external funding, typically giving the ratepayer a 90% rate of return on investment. I don't know about you guys, but that's a pretty juicy return on our dollar investment. Most cycle trails across the motorway, and I've cycled many of them, are actually now constructed by charitable trusts using that model. And having the local council as a stakeholder, and I guess that's what they're asking for here. And again, look at Queenstown for proof of that. And as a lifelong cyclist, it's depressing for me to watch other tracks and trails appear on a regular basis across Dunedin while we continue to miss out. So this trust has come to us in good faith with an already established record of getting things done to ask for 50k a year, so we as a city can ultimately benefit from getting multiple world-class tracks worth millions of dollars at hopefully a tiny cost to us, connecting us to what is estimated in the near future to become one of the most desirable of connected tracks on the planet, actually. And we would be financially naive, I think, to miss out on this economic golden egg. And if you think calling it a golden egg is being hyperbolic, let's look at this, some of the potential benefits to Dunedin. Cycle shared paths are income-generating assets. Build it once and it's a permanent asset that generates recurring revenue for the city. It also leverages huge investment already made in the existing trails, so we become a logical extension for people already using that trail work out Queenstown Way. It also increases the use and return to ratepayers of investments in things like Te Aka Otako. That incredible shared path is world-class and sits front and centre of many of the marketing campaigns we use, and it's a reason cycle tourists will choose to come further. It also slightly leverages off considerable investment in mountain bike trails, although it's very separate from this. Believe it or not, that Signal Hill track over there is something that people from across the world come to visit. We know all the other stuff. We've had Rachel, other people sitting here telling us how valuable it is for health. It's a rapid growth industry. And most importantly for me, investing through a community trust achieves significant leverage for ratepayers, evidenced by all the cycle trails elsewhere in the country. Local community trusts are able to leverage other funding sources, donated goods and services, and volunteer time to build mixed-use trails cheaper, and I'll mention that when it comes to tunnels later, in a way that when they're undertaken by us, when it comes to more expensive. That was a very edited version of a 10-minute speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
I support everything that Councillor Walker has said, and I just want to again commend Emily Cooper for the work that she's done on the Connected Communities Cycle Trail Network. And by supporting this, we will allow the umbrella organisation to support a number of different connections across the city. And I think this is great value for money.
Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah, I support this, and I certainly do support the work that's going on the North Coast. And I do completely agree that these community groups give a fantastic return on investment. However, with no actual formal relationship with the council per se, when we do things like how we're going to go down State Highway 1, how are we going to cross the Waikawaiti River, how we're going to do a few other things, if there's nothing if there's no relationship, then that may not be very efficient. Now, I also point out that Mountain Bike Otago is receiving a fair amount of recurring funding. And it was not originally separate. It was originally, when presented to us, and they did work at Nichols Creek, that some of these would be available for this kind of activity, but there is no SLA in place. And what I'm getting at is things can wander a long way away from where they were when you first funded them. And all the SLA does is just make sure you're on the same page and you keep it on track. So I am very supportive of this. I would like some arrangement to be put forward as we do these things so we know exactly what we are talking about, so that people are actually going to deliver exactly what they say and it does not deviate away in time, so that it eventually goes to a black hole in our budget and we wonder if they're still doing it because we don't get any reports back.
Right. Councillor Houlihan.
Yes, I have to say I agree with that. I think I personally disagree with it. I mean, I will support this because I think they're doing an amazing work and could create and will create huge economic benefit to our city if they can, particularly if they can connect up to Central Otago. But I think there's a benefit to them and to us for us to be working together on this. I really do. I think the thing of get council out of the way is actually, while we can take a wee while to get to things, when we actually get going, we can get a lot done, and we're more likely to get more funding than them, to be honest. And I think we missed an opportunity, sorry about this, Councillor Walker, but I think we missed an opportunity not including them in the carbon zero funding. They could have been funded and could have moved forward with this, and the opportunities in the future for that is huge. If we connect, well, okay, well anyway, that just to clarify too, we're not talking about with these just doing a cycle lane here and there. This is investing in really good, things that are not just, anyway, thank you.
Very good. Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next, we have Green Island Combined Sports Bodies, namely Sunnyvale. Councillor, yep. So, and I'm seconding. Would you like to speak to it, please?
As you would have seen in your emails earlier, that Mr. McLean sent through, it was the SLA with this group and how it's operated. It's basically expired, and this is about engaging and ensuring that the Green Island Combined Sports Bodies Agreement from 2025 onwards is basically maintained. Great organisation doing a lot for the region out there.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
I support this, and you see this does have an SLA, and that's one of the things that's valuable about it because it's defining exactly what's going to be done. I actually would go so far as to say that as we go through the development of Memorial Park and Peter Johnson Park, we look at what's going on at Sunnyvale, and as we go through the development of Logan Park, we do the same thing there again, and even in South Dunedin with the various sports clubs there, because the model at Sunnyvale is an exceptionally good model. It's all the codes together in the one building, and that is what makes it special.
Yep, and a phenomenal community resource, and just exactly as you say, so many people use it, and so many different codes are there on a regular, daily basis. So much so they can support a restaurant and cafe. My goodness. Okay, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 21. We're actually over halfway now. So
More than halfway through.
so far, so good. Item number 21, mountain biking Otago. Mountain biking Otago, we have no motion. Shetland Street, number 22. We have a motion for 10,000 per annum. Councillor, sorry, we have a motion for 10,000 for Shetland Street. You want to move? Yes. I'm happy to second. So would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
I will, thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to put briefly at the end of that. Yes.
Sorry? No, it'll be brief. The big one went, and you lost my opportunity to be big on the big one. I will be brief. The Dunedin Environment Centre Trust and Shetland Street community are all well known to all of us, I believe. You'll all remember Hendrik submitting to us last year requesting 10k per annum to help cover their costs. During that submission, for those with good memories, you remember he played us a video of all the work the Dunedin Environment Centre Trust has done over the last 25 years, planting and maintaining the Bishop's Court Reserve and Kaikorai Common. They've also established the well-known Shetland Street Community Gardens Conservation Nursery and helped develop the Marakai on the Marae, and they also undertake other ongoing conservation projects. Their commitment is unquestionable, the outcomes are numerous, and for 10k per year, I think we can think ourselves lucky. The request is simply to continue to provide the requested level of financial support for the whole duration of the 9-year plan. I think it's a 2% inflation adjustment in there. Why? In Hendrik's own words, and this is a quote, it is essential that our core volunteers are not out of pocket and reimburse costs to ensure their ongoing commitment. Close quotes. So I'd urge you to support this amazing organisation that has grown out into an iconic feature of the Otapoti Dunedin landscape, accessed, used and loved by many people locally and from across the city, and run on the smell of an oily rag. Thank
Wonderful work for minimal money. I'll put the motion. Quick, yes, Councillor Bailey.
It's just that this, and then we're going to have Tomahawk, Tomahawk Smiles Beach Care Custody coming later, and there is funding money going into the Blue Greens Network stuff, and I do believe we've got to get a little bit coordinated on how we do this. These organisations actually do deserve the money they're getting, but it needs to be in a far more coordinated manner. Well, and then I don't want to be in 3 years' time saying it needs to be in a far more coordinated manner.
Okay, it's noted, duly noted. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next we have Sport Otago. Now, we haven't got, what have I got? Where is it? 45. Yes. So where are we at with that one? Yeah, item number 23. We're talking about 61k. Where are you? And we didn't include that in what we were talking about out there. What do you want to move it?
Sorry, I thought it was originally $61,000. I can pull up the motion that I had. No. Sorry. Is it? Yeah.
So they receive 80,000. Sorry.
No, that's exactly what it was in the sheet. Yeah, 61,000 over 9 years. So it's not 61 per annum. It's in the year 26-27 it would be 1,613. In year 27-28 it would be 3,259. This is based on 2 service level agreements. Core services and getting Dunedin active to be combined, additionally seeking inflationary funding adjustment to ensure continued flexibility and responsiveness.
Fantastic. That's 61,000 over 9 years, or over 8 years, I think. But it's fairly straightforward and a very, a minimal amount of money. So you've spoken to that. I'm happy to support. I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried with one against. You recorded? Or otherwise, no. Moving on. Item number 24.
Yes, Your Worship, I just put a, Mr Mayor, sorry, I just put a motion through to Jenny before, and it is approves funding of 45,000 in total to Swim Dunedin over the 9-year period to fully cover rising lane costs and support operational growth. So it's as per the paper.
Right, so this offsets what we increased the fees and charges for their lanes on.
Correct.
Okay.
Just a question, Councillor Wiley, is that not 34,000 over the 9 years? They're currently getting 45, and so it should be 34, according to the schedule on page 263.
Yep, so it's 34,000 over 9 years. Right. Well, that's similar. The other one was 9 years because we're in 25, 26. Okay.
No, sorry, and $16.
Yeah, 3406. Okay.
Carolyn, would it be helpful if that was written slightly differently? Yeah, but we need to write this slightly differently, just
Come back to it.
Yep,
yeah.
we'll come back to that.
So it's clear, because
Yes, we'll move on to 25.
we need to understand the dollar amount year on year to be able to budget it.
Yeah.
Yep.
If it's helpful, I did confirm most of that money comes back to us through lane hire
Yes.
as well. So it's somewhat of a circular thing.
No, it's in and out, so then you know. Look, for keeping track of things, item number 25, the Tomahawk Smales Beach Care Trust. They've asked for an increase from 13 to 20, but the motion agreed upon earlier, or discussed earlier, was 15. 15.
Ask two questions on that.
Yes.
A, I'm happy to move it, but secondly, can that be like Hendricks? Can it be 2% inflation adjusted? Because that was the original ask. So, because the motion I sent through was for it to be inflation adjusted. So I'm happy with the 15,000. 2% is it's 300 a year, $300.
Yeah, but it's interesting how it accumulates. But
Well, it doesn't. Yeah, it does for a big amount, not that amount.
Yes.
And I'll speak to it after I move why we need to do
look,
that. If you're happy
I mean,
to-
I think that's a reasonable request, 2%.
So I'm happy to move, and
Yep.
Brent's happy to second.
Yep. No, the other thing was 15 to start.
15 adjusted for
Yep.
inflation.
So the motion will be 15,000.
Per annum, adjusted for inflation for the duration of the 9
Then adjusted for no, the funding could be instant. Yep, there we go. That looks all right. Sorry?
2%. Yep.
The inflation adjusted at the rate of 2%.
Yeah.
Well, inflation adjusted at 2% each year.
Correct. Yep.
The miracle of compound interest. You speak to it, please, Councillor.
I will do. And before I start this as well, I just want to go and Councillor Malley's point, and I don't have any disagreement with him, and he has raised the issue of this before, so I think it is important that we do look to corral these in a better way in the future. But anyway, on to this particular motion, and thank you for seconding Councillor Weatherall. Again, this group needs no introduction, and sure, you're all aware by now they have a strong focus on the restoration of wildlife habitat and biodiversity within the sand dune ecosystem down at Ocean Grove Reserve, home for an increasing number of precious New Zealand sea lions. In fact, nearly a third of all the pups born across Dunedin now have spent time there over the past 2 consecutive breeding seasons. And let's not forget with the hi-ho population under threat, the pakake or sea lions are becoming a more crucial element in our ecotourism dollar income. One of the many goals of the Trust is the very important provision of long-term protection to the community against the threat of erosion as well, something central to the outcomes we seek as a council. As you all also know, the Trust owns a community nursery to ensure that plants being planted enhance and support local biodiversity. The Trust employs a nursery manager Dr. Nicole Bessemer, to oversee nursery operations and the planting and volunteer programme. We all know Nicole from her enthusiastic and interesting presentations at submission time, and the money we grant to the Trust goes some way to making sure she can put food on her table at the end of the day. The Trust has had a long-held service level agreement with the DCC, and they've always met the terms of that agreement and consistently delivered more, actually, by securing additional external funding. This arrangement is yet another that falls into what I often term as exceptional bang for our buck. Community groups, members doing core council work on our behalf at a fraction of the cost if we set it up and developed and ran it ourselves. Like the Shetland Street setup, it does seem increasingly ridiculous that representatives have to keep appearing in front of us year after year, asking for relatively tiny amounts of money for exceptional work they have been doing for years and years and years. The agreement they have with us is to plant native trees, which they do, lots of them. But beyond that, they enhance an important local reserve, much loved by international visitors and locals alike. They also employ a cohort with learning difficulties, teaching them important skills and helping them appreciate and experience the beautiful environment down at Smales. The ask this time is an increase to reflect the multiple years of unadjusted inflation allocated monies, and this ask includes an increasing 2% inflation adjusted allocation to prevent this very problem occurring in the future. This is a valuable and vitally important trust. We've talked yesterday about the importance of native tree planting as part of our zero carbon discussions. This is an important trust that the DCC has an embedded and long-standing relationship with, and it needs to be supported with longer-term funding. I like Nicole and appreciate the work she and the Trust do, but I'd like not to see her again in front of us year after year asking for the same thing. So please support this motion so we don't have to see Nicole again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Witherall. Next one.
Thank you. Thank you. Very briefly, I'm pleased we've moved into this phase and we're talking about thousands, not millions. The Trust is a proven performer. The returns on investment are tenfold. I just wish there was more of these community environment focused groups all over our city. Thank God for volunteers. I hope they continue for many years to come. I'm pleased to support it. Thank you.
Very good. I'll put the motion. Councillor Gary.
I'm fully in support of this motion, but I feel moved to make a more general comment, which is related to this and related to Councillor Walker's comments about people having to come back. And thank you to the mover and seconder on this. But I just want to remind people around the table, had you attended the Community Builders Hui, you would have heard about be reminded of the hui that happened several years ago when Vu Lee visited, and it was around the direction of travel for grant funding, and it was moving towards a high trust model, and organisations like Community Trust and others have moved towards that high trust model. But what I hear around the table is much more scrutiny and much more accountability, as if we do not trust our community organisations. And I really find it very difficult because it goes against best practice in philanthropy currently. So here we have an organisation who's one of many where they're well organised, they have proven themselves, multi-year funding. And thank you, Councillor Walker, for speaking to that, is what they need to not keep having to come back. So I look forward, and this is really around the grants review, to that being addressed and us catching up with best practice as we go forward, but happy to support this organisation as I have each time they've come to us.
Councillor O'Malley.
I would suggest then that if we want to do this, then we have to follow this up with actually a mechanism for actually making this happen. It's been 4 or 5 years since I tried to get the planting groups and the nursery groups together in one room, and we got nowhere, and apparently that activity is starting up again. So our job then potentially as governance is to make sure that this time it actually does happen. So they aren't having to come back. But if they're coming back every year and we're giving the same speeches every year, then we've failed as much as anything else.
Excellent. Okay, that's it. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Town Belt, speaking of planting groups, Town Belt Kaitiaki. So I'll move that we give them an extra 18. Right, seconded Councillor Walker. And speaking to this is another group and larger than the other two, but they do, they have hundreds of volunteers, about 200 volunteers, but they have thousands of school pupils. So it's a very, very good community effort. And I drive through the town belt pretty regularly every week, a few times, and I do notice how tidy and free of vines it is since it was cleaned up more than a decade ago, but it's been maintained, and that's amazing. That is a whole heap of work, that's for sure. So it's very impressive. I look up and down various tracks and places where I go, and I do have the recurring thought, gosh, there's a lot of work going on here on an ongoing basis. So that's great. So having said that, I'll put the motion. Oh, Councillor Walker, you're only...
2 seconds, please, just before you... Can we say, just for clarity, approves a funding increase of 18,000 because they're already getting 32, just for clarity?
Yep.
Yep. But because otherwise if it gets lost in the barrels of time...
Now we're past 5 o'clock, so speeches are down at less than a minute.
Please, please. We're coming back tomorrow as well. I'm keen not to rush too much at the end because I think it's unfair on some. I'll cut what I was going to say, but I just want to, speaking to the movers' point, in 2024 the programme worked with actually more than 1,000 students and 46 teachers across 15 schools, and that's phenomenal. Engaging the public with multiple events and projects. More than 200 volunteer hours contributed to that success. And I'll cut out most of what I was going to say because I was going to move this as well. But I think it's important to know that most of all, though, this programme has empowered countless young people, and I, probably along with a bunch of you, have met many of those young people who've been empowered by this programme. It's empowered them with the skills and opportunities to care for the environment and community in certain times. So let's not risk losing this vital connection to our wonderful town belt, and let's not forget that all of our parks, particularly down belt, has just gone through a strategic review, and the feedback from the public is clear that they love and want to protect this amazing piece of environment in the middle of our city. The money that we've provided has been critical to the programme's success. Like a lot of programmes like this, it struggled to get funding from other sources. So we now have the power, thankfully, to ensure the security of this programme and the young people involved. And we also have the power to let this important work fade and die. So, councillors, I'm sure that you will not let that happen, and I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Kaikorai Rugby Football Club for $1 million. I have no motion. Thank you. Karen Treblicott, who, well, there's nothing there, so I have no motion.
It's captured by an earlier. That is captured by an earlier resolution around the fortune when you removed it from the significant asset list and asked for an options report, including feedback, what submitters had. So it's captured.
Okay, so no motion there. Port Chalmers Foundry Society, I have no motion there. Regent Theatre Trust for Stage and Stage, I have no motion there. And Dunedin Trunnels Trail want $4.5 million, I have no motion there. However, I do have...
Hang on, Mr. Mayor, you're just going slightly too fast.
All right. Oh, yes. So which one are you, Councillor Houlihan?
Yeah, so with the Stage on Stage, my understanding is staff are working with the Regent Theatre, so if that is just put as a staff will work with them to, can we just, no budget to it, but just to, is that possible?
There isn't, we've got no direction at the minute to be working with them any more than we do in a relationship way, but there is and the region have been in touch over the course of the discussions today, curious about the council decision on the stage-on-stage proposal, given it formed part of the council, it was in the report and it was a clear submission. So,
And we have, it's a capital expense, that one to us, isn't it?
it would be, but at this stage we haven't got a motion in front of council to consider.
Right, so we've got no motion. Thank you. Now, Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust, we do have a motion. Yes, yeah, that's right. We have a motion that doesn't involve funding, but however, it does involve direction, updating, and access. Righto.
Ready?
Have you got that, Jenny? Yes. Yeah, better read that closely
This
first.
is the last one I sent through. Let me put these other glasses on. I think it will be... that looks like the last one, yep. Looks right to me. Yep.
Yes, very good.
Okay. People have had a chance to absorb that. Okay, and this has gone through quite a few iterations, and thank you to various people who have been involved. I've started a few of my rants today by saying that people don't need any introduction, and I think this is another group who definitely don't need an introduction. But I'll give you, for those who just need a reminder, I'll give you the potted version of what the Tunnels Trails group do. And basically it's a project to build a 15-kilometre cycle and walking trail between Dunedin and Mosgiel. How many times have you heard that here? The trail will provide an amenity that can be used by everyone. It will offer a flat, dedicated walking and cycling route with no traffic, connecting the fast-growing town of Mosgiel to Dunedin city centre, while passing through and close to suburbs where many potential users of the trail live. And we know those places. They're Fairfield, they're Abbotsford, they're Green Island. And as the southern gateway to the city, it will also connect Dunedin to the wider network of trails throughout Otago and the rest of the country. And you've heard enough about those from me earlier today. The Tunnels Trails project have submitted forever. In fact, I remember them submitting alongside me, actually, that's when I first met Jared Hyland, back when I spoke to council as a member of the public for a shared path to Port Chalmers back in the early 2000s. I think it's about circa 2005. We now have a stupendous path to Port Chalmers, and Jared and his lot and Brent, they have what I would describe in the UK as diddly squat, although it's not quite that, and we'll come on to that in a while. What they have had, though, is lots of patience and lots of, I guess, promises, and lots of patience and lots of promises, and money allocated, money taken away, appeals for more patience. You get the drift. That said, there is some good news in the offing. Section 1 of the Chain Hills Tunnel phase has, I believe, had the contract awarded as part of a 1.8 million commitment from us. And looking carefully over at Mr. McLean, the contract, I think, came in below that amount. And I believe the work will begin sometime in the next few months. So part 1 of this motion is simply to allocate any residual money left over from the already allocated 1.8 million to maximise the trail length using the existing budget from the Chain Hills Tunnel phase. And staff have indicated that they may be able to get some good coverage out of this bonus, in inverted commas, money. Now, as the Tunnels Trails Trust has been patiently waiting since 2005. It has watched as places like Queenstown Lakes and other areas across the country develop their tracks at pace, mainly using a trust model rather than councils as the driving force. We see this more locally with the work Emily Cooper and the work of the Coastals Community Cycle Connection Trust have been doing. The recent call by the Trust, therefore, has been a polite call for Council, and again in quotes, to get out of the way. It's not an insult, but rather a request in the context of very little traction for us to lay some of the foundations so that they, the Trust, can go out and raise the funds, utilise local voluntary skills to go and start getting things done. Therefore, parts B and C of the motion focus on that. Firstly, moving away from the Waka Kotahi co-funding requirement to have a sealed pathway surface and require only grade 1 level surfacing, which in essence is hard gravel surfacing of the type that you will have all seen on the vast majority of high quality tracks throughout New Zealand. It's much cheaper, but of course it lays a foundation that if you ever did want to upgrade it to a sealed pathway at some future point. And secondly, the Trust is looking for assistance in obtaining some of the remaining landowner consents to allow for construction on land owned by third parties. About how this is achieved can be decided via the updating of the MOU mentioned in Part B. And finally, and perhaps most critically, the Trust is calling for Council to prioritise utility removal, diversion or upgrades of three water assets, gas, electricity assets, etc. to allow this vital link in the track development to be made available. This part won't be straightforward and won't happen overnight, but with this motion it will ultimately lead to this tricky part of that development getting done. And by the way, when it is done, this will be the jewel in the crown of this ride. So that's basically it. The Trust has politely asked us for a few commitments. They're no longer asking for the 28 million, which was a 50-50 funding assumption with NZTA, and they want us to move out of the road so they can go and get things done. This is their ask, and in the context of past promises, commitments, or wherever you want to call them from us, it would be mean of us not to support them in their endeavours, and belief that this is the best way forward in terms of this long-dreamt, focused, coming to fruition. I urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very happy to support this, and it wasn't until fairly recently, about a year ago, that I came to understand the opportunity that arises, and this will sound strange, but hear me out, that arises when Waka Kotahi funding is not available. So there's one standard for if you're going to get the FAR, there's one standard you have to meet. But not getting Waka Kotahi funding means that you have a great deal more flexibility and the benefit of being able to do it more cost effectively. So that's a plus. And sometimes our role is facilitation and getting out of the way, and I don't take any offence at that. I think that is the way to go with this so they can progress this really impressive project. I want to acknowledge the work that Councillor Walker has done to work with the Trust to find a way through. And that's been really impressive and great to be at this particular juncture where we can do something to help progress it. And I want to acknowledge the patience of the Trust. I know probably as much as Councillor Walker what it's like over years and years to the ups and downs of funding promises, the ups and downs of the political cycle and central government and the impact of that. So here's something we can do that doesn't involve a big ask of money. We can get out of the way and we can assist in other ways, and I wish them all the very best. They have my support.
Thank you. Councillor Melly?
Well, we'll be happy to get out of the way, I guess. I mean, I'd like to point out that it was me that put it on the Regional Land Transport Fund, so it was available for Provincial Growth Fund money, informed Councillor Wilson at the time that it was, and then they didn't put in a request in. In terms of the Part C, that's already underway. That's it's a standing item now in the Infrastructure Services Committee, and I believe that the providers have been contacted, and that will be an ongoing activity in INSCOM to make sure that that actually happens, because otherwise I can see that we will get to the Caversham Tunnel and then we will not have removed the services from it. But I would hope that within the next 2 years they're either removed or there is a timetable for the removal. What's missing here too is when you get to when you get to Kaikoura Valley Road as well. At the moment, you come out of the tunnel and you're a good 3 metres below the road. I hear there's a sewer line in the way. I don't know if there is or not. I would be thinking you should also be considering a grade separation at that point if you could achieve it. I do not believe that the Trust is thinking those lines though. So yep, I think we're out of the way. So it'll be quite interesting to see what comes next.
Okay, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Everything I said previously applies to this one, not the other one. Thank you.
There's no need. Okay, good. Very good. So that being the case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now, we have 2 other motions. Are they ready?
Just check with you, Mr Mayor, on my list there's one in here on the page for place-based funding and one for Dunedin Youth Council and Swim Dunedin. Are those the 3?
Place, yes.
In the efforts of good decision making, I wonder that you might want to pause shortly. Just
so we can pause and leave then tomorrow, because we might be here till 6 o'clock because there'll be a lot to talk.
Swim Dunedin, fine, but some of those others need. Is it? But you're also you're starting to lose councillors on. So
yeah, we're down on numbers 3.
I just think
7,
in terms
8,
of the robustness
9, 10,
of the
11.
process.
Yeah.
Well, there's only 3 small ones to go, I think, relatively.
Yep.
Oh, if you want to do it,
Look,
that's
I
fine.
think. Well, sorry. Yep. I think, we'll be fine for tomorrow. This was the big one, so I just say that this was scheduled to expected to take more than half a day. So we have been very expeditious with dealing with this. So we've got 3 minor things to do to deal with tomorrow, and I would just do. Sorry. But they will take a bit of discussion. The one that was really, take some discussion. There was one. Swim Dunedin. Yeah, Swim Dunedin is very much the same as Sport Otago. So we can look at that, and the others we can leave till tomorrow.
Can we understand the complexity of the other 2 before we leave tonight? That would be helpful.
The complexity of place-based funding?
Well, it's just a very short, and we don't know who's moved it.
That was from Councillor Benson Pope, and to be fair to him, I would like to be able to. I don't know more than that. I think his intention is to apply the inflation adjustment that was with the whatever that money was. I can't remember exactly. I think that's his intention, but without. I haven't had an opportunity to confirm that with him. That's a resolution that is prepared and ready to go. Appears straightforward, but depends on the level of debate you want to have over it.
Yes. And then there's the nuggets. This was on the front page.
That is also, that was indeed they're the items that have come through. There is still stuff that there may be things that are not captured as well that councillors will wish to raise. Not necessarily. If it's a funding request that you've read as a funding request, now would be the time to do it. But
yeah, so we'll come back. We'll deal with. You happy to deal with the swim? We can deal with the swim, and that'll take us to 5:30, and depending on speeches, and it's pretty. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, well, we'll see. So we're at a Swim Dunedin. It's item number 24. This is essentially yes, this is to cover the rising lane hire costs. So they pay, council charges them for lanes.
Yes, would you like me to explain it?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Caroline would like to explain it to us.
So we have a
payment in our budget's now of 45,000 per annum, and that is inflation adjusted. And we've also got our aquatics revenue inflation adjusted. So the idea is that they match. So whatever we're doing with the fees each year. So if we, for example, if we were increasing them by 10%, we would increase this grant by 10% so that they're not disadvantaged by the fee increases. So we'll match the inflation in the 9-year plan, but each year in an annual plan round, we'll check what's happening with the fees and alter this payment accordingly.
Yep. So this is what we charge them for the lane hire, and then that they pay us that back. It just keeps the two in balance. There we go. Question, Councillor O'Malley.
Take the word inflation out because it's just an adjustment to fully cover the right.
Yes, that would be better.
Just an adjustment. We just take the, as Councillor says. Yep. To fully covers rising lane hire costs. There we go. That's reasonably straightforward. Do you want to say anything about it? No. Personally, I don't think it's needed. I think it's really straightforward. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. There we go. This is a good... Yeah, 5:21 by my computer. So there we go. Well done. We finished ahead of time. Councillor Wiley predicted 5:22 and we're ahead. So there we go. I move we adjourn the meeting till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Seconded Councillor O'Malley. All in favour say aye. Aye. Carried.